Chapter 236. Xiao Qin sank his consciousness and cleared his mind. He continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation unhurriedly. The speed at which the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy poured in also increased. Z. Xiao Chen's room was filled with electricity. Occasionally, electricity could be seen in the air, crackling as it flickered. Then it vanished into nothing. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated for another great cycle. This time, the purple electricity in the qi whirlpool condensed into 2 drops of purple liquid. The instant the liquid fell, Xiao Qin felt that every inch of his body was filled with a boundless energy. It made his mind surge and his qi and blood surge endlessly. As time went by, the speed at which the purple thunder divine incantation circulated was no longer under Xiao Chen's control. It circulated at a frightening speed. The electricity in the qi whirlpool crackled endlessly. Dida! 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 The purple liquid fell quickly. Xiao Qin still managed to condense 100 drops of crystalline and translucent purple liquid. Xiao Chen's hair and skin started to glow with a purple light. This was especially so for his hair. His originally black hair was now crystalline and translucent, giving off a strange glow. The gentle moonlight shone through the window screens, giving Xiao Qin a faint yellow glow. The purple and yellow colors mixed together, forming an enchanting glow. When the purple thunder divine incantation circulated for 200 great cycles, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire courtyard could no longer satisfy Xiao Chen's needs. The range of the spiritual energy slowly expanded. In the end, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire Qingyun Peak surged towards Xiao Chen's room. The spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range was many times denser than that of the ground. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire peak was comparable to the spiritual energy in a medium-sized city on the surface. Suddenly, the surging lightning-attributed spiritual energy formed a huge whirlpool on the roof of Xiao Chen's room. This whirlpool was connected to the qi whirlpool in his body. Every time the cyclone in Xiao Chen's dantian rotated once, a large amount of surging and powerful lightning-attributed spiritual energy would enter Xiao Chen's body. Within the whirlpool, thunder and lightning roared. From time to time, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire mountaintop. The huge commotion immediately startled everyone on Qingyun Peak. The divine saber camp's bladesmen guarding the library revealed grave expressions. The leader did not know what was going on and wanted to send someone to check it out. Don't be anxious. Someone's cultivation technique is advancing. There is no need to be too shocked. Lu Qing walked out of the library and stopped the people from the divine saber camp. Xiao Qin looked at the huge lightning whirlpool in the distance at the bottom of the mountain. Occasionally, the horrifying lightning within the whirlpool tore through the sky, tearing apart the night sky. The grave expression on Lu Qing's face was no less than that of the divine saber camp's bladesmen. He thought to himself, such a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. Could it be that a heaven-ranked cultivation technique is about to advance? In Xiao Chen's independent courtyard, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng stood outside. Their faces were filled with astonishment as well. The two of them were less than 500 meters away from the whirlpool. They could clearly feel the horrifying might within it. The thunder was like a flood dragon roaring angrily. The lightning was like a tongue of fire spitting out. All that was left in the air was pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. All the other attributed spiritual energy had been cleanly expelled. Everywhere was crackling lightning. Under the illumination of the electricity, it was as dazzling as a solar eclipse. Lu Suifeng squinted his eyes and said worriedly, "Sis, will Yichen be fine?" "Jinx!" Lu Riyue knocked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. She said, "I have only seen such a phenomenon in ancient books. It is a strong cultivation technique advancing. Yi Qin has always been cautious. If he is not completely prepared, he will not advance rashly. Although Lu Ryue said that the anxiety in her eyes did not lessen at all. It was also written in the ancient books that if a cultivator failed to advance, their cultivation technique would flow in reverse. Their meridians would break and they would die. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the sky turned into countless tiny bolts of lightning. They entered Xiao Chen's room. Immediately, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared and everything became calm. Boom! After a moment of silence, a huge force exploded in Xiao Chen's room. The room suddenly collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Xiao Chen's figure leaped out from the cloud of dust. A purple light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in an instant. It was like two beams of purple light suddenly disappearing in the dark night. It was as resplendent as a pillar, soul-stirring. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen. He discovered that he could no longer see through Xiao Chen. In the past, he could still guess his cultivation realm. Now he only had one feeling, unfathomable. Xiao Chen had noticed the two of them long ago. He smiled faintly and pushed off the ground with his feet, landing beside the two of them. He left behind a purple afterimage in the air. After a long time, it slowly thinned until it disappeared. The anxiety in Lu Ryue's eyes vanished. Her pretty face revealed a joyful expression. Congratulations on crossing the first great hurdle of a cultivator and successfully advancing to Martial Saint. This was not the first time that Xiao Chen advanced his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and Cultivation Realm at the same time. It was the same when he advanced to Martial Grandmaster. Thus, he did not find it strange. He just treated it as a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen smiled. This is all thanks to the dense spiritual energy in Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, I would have needed at least a month to advance. These words were not exaggerated at all. The spirit vein's origin under the Lingyun mountain range could very well be the core spirit vein's origin of the entire Shihe province. If Xiao Chen advanced at some other place, the overly thin spiritual energy would not allow him to advance so smoothly. When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen being so humble, her impression of him improved greatly. She smiled and said, "I shall not disturb you any more. Your cultivation technique and cultivation realm have both advanced. You should now carefully comprehend them. If there is anything you do not understand, you can come and ask me. I will find someone to fix this room tomorrow." Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen. He felt somewhat bitter in his heart. When Xiao Chen first came to Qingyun Peak, he was only an inferior grade martial grandmaster. His cultivation was not even as high as his. However, in less than half a year, Xiao Chen had crossed 2 hurdles in one go. Then he crossed the first great hurdle in front of cultivators and entered the martial saint realm. With such talent, he could be ranked in the top 10 among the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng thought about himself. A year ago, he was already a peak martial grandmaster. However, he could not touch the door to Martial Saint. It was only after he consumed the flowing light flower that he managed to comprehend it. However, Lu Suifeng had a calm temperament. The fact that Xiao Chen was able to advance to Martial Saint only gave him some pressure. He smiled gently and said, "Do you admit it or not? Now, I can no longer catch up to you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Suifeng's talent was not low. Unfortunately, his temperament was not resolute enough. If he could get rid of these distracting thoughts, his cultivation would improve significantly. After the two of them left, Xiao Chen started to inspect the condition of his body. He sank his consciousness into it. The formless qi whirlpool in his dantian had turned completely purple. With a thought, a strand of purple essence immediately came out from the purple qi whirlpool. It flowed through his meridians and entered Xiao Chen's right hand. Shua! Without any obstruction, The purple energy left Xiao Chen's body and formed a small saber chi in the air as it flew forward. A small tree about 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen was easily chopped in half at the waist. There were traces of electricity leaping around the gap in the small tree, lingering for a long time. Xiao Chen revealed a complicated expression. He said, "The essence of my body has already turned into pure lightning-attributed essence. In the future, if I were to learn lightning-attributed martial techniques, I would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, if the attribute was too pure, there would be some obstruction to the comprehension of other martial techniques. For example, the Lingyun saber technique that Xiao Chen was currently researching. The Lingyun saber technique did not have any requirements on the attribute. However, in terms of states, it was the state of mountains and the state of clouds. If Xiao Chen wanted to comprehend it further, he would have to overcome the instinctive state of thunder in his body. It would be much more difficult for him to comprehend it compared to others. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said, "Never mind, let's not care about this for now. I should take a look at the progress of the purple thunder true fire first." With a thought, a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Xiao Chen shouted, "Withdraw!" The purple flame immediately gushed out like a waterfall. Xiao Chen opened his right hand, and a ball-sized flame immediately floated in his hand. In the center of the flame, there was a strand of dazzling electricity leaping around. It gave the purple flame a strange hue. The dazzling electricity was the origin flame of the purple thunder true fire. The purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the 4th layer. Xiao Chen could finally successfully draw out the origin flame. In the Tianwu continent, flames were also divided into different attributes. There was the extreme cold flame, which could instantly freeze the target into a pillar of ice, shattering it into countless ice shards. There was also the nurturing flame, which could treat injuries and expel the cold. It nourished the body and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. There was also the ghost flame, which had a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it could easily corrode them. There was also the incomparably tyrannical dragon flame, which was indestructible and unblockable. There were all sorts of flames, and it was not as simple as burning. As for Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, it was a lightning-attributed flame. Its origin flame was a strand of lightning soul. The flame contained boundless electricity. "Shoot!" Xiao Chen shouted, and the purple flame in his hand transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting into the pitch-black night sky. The purple arrow had a long, flaming tail behind it. It cut the night sky in half like a piece of black cloth. In an instant, it flew for more than a kilometer. Its speed surpassed the speed of sound. It was unknown how far it flew. In the night sky, only a spot of light could be seen moving continuously like a meteor. After a long time, the distant night sky suddenly gave off a resplendent light. It illuminated the night sky like it was daytime. However, countless bolts of electricity tore the sky apart. Hua la la! The instant the arrow exploded, Xiao Chen clearly felt the essence in his body drain away like water. Xiao Chen looked at the sky, at the direction the purple arrow flew in. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "What a fast speed! With such a sudden attack, no one would be able to block it." However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure instantly disappeared from the courtyard, heading for a desolate forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings with a spiritual sense. After he verified that there was no one around, Xiao Chen took out the broken sword he obtained in the ancient remnant from the universe ring. Chapter 237. This broken sword was the same as the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. Aside from its sharpness, there was nothing special about it. However, when it was placed next to the lunar shadow saber, there would be an intense reaction. They were attracted to each other. Xiao Chen had wanted to burn it, for a long time. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the purple thunder true fire that could burn the Thunderwood's sword could not do anything to this broken sword. Coincidentally, the purple thunder true fire's grade had increased again. Xiao Chen was prepared to give it another try. He wanted to see what reaction there would be after he burned it. Summoning the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Chen gently placed the broken sword in his hand in the middle of the flames. His spiritual sense wrapped around the broken sword as it floated steadily in the middle of the flames. Pu Ci. The moment the flames touched the broken sword, it immediately gave off a dazzling electric light, crackling nonstop. Black smoke came out from the surface of the broken sword. The entire broken sword changed its appearance. The dust on its surface was removed, and it gave off a bright light once again. Wang, wang. The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's left hand could not help but tremble. The trembling became stronger and stronger. In the end, Xiao Chen almost could not hold it anymore. Could this broken sword really contain a portion of the battle sage origin? Xiao Chen thought to himself. The battle sage origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. Because it was too strong, it was split into 6 portions. Each portion was embedded in a subdivine weapon. Back then, the Thunder King spent the latter half of his life searching for the remaining 5 portions of the battle sage origin. No one knew how many portions he found and what the final result was. No one knew who was it that injured the Thunder King and broke the Thunderwood sword in his hand, forcing him to seal the broken sword in the Moonlight Stone for 1,000 years. Later generations did not know. Back then, the Thunder King was a peerless genius. With the Thunderwood sword in his hand, he was unrivaled in the entire Great Qi nation. He was a peak expert in the entire Tianwu continent. There were not many people who could force him to use his full strength, who could force him to a dead end. Aside from Ao Jiao, no one knew the answer. However, Ao Jiao did not answer this question. She had been avoiding the topic, not telling Xiao Chen the answer. Clearly, she was extremely wary of the matter of 1,000 years ago. Xiao Chen had a guess about this. The Thunder King might have already found the other 5 subdivine weapons containing the battle sage origin. However, just as he was about to fuse the divine weapons, he was severely injured by someone. His 5 subdivine weapons were separated, and the Thunderwood sword in his hand was chopped into 2. Why was he so afraid of the Thunderwood sword that was about to become a divine weapon? The answer was obvious. It had to be the owner of a divine weapons master. From the day the divine weapons were born, there were only 10 divine weapons in the world. It was as if even the heavens were afraid of the divine weapons. King from the sage, the thunder dragon. Sword from the wood, from dragon. From sword. Wood from wood. The owner of a divine weapon was afraid that his divine weapon would fall. Hence, he chose to make a move early. He used the might of the divine weapon to defeat the Thunder King, Sangmu. Xiao Chen's guess was very reasonable. However, he did not have any evidence. Hence, Xiao Chen did not dare to be too sure that the events of the past were as he expected. The purple thunder true fire that released its origin energy was several times hotter than before. It reached a horrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. Under Xiao Chen's fervent gaze, that broken sword slowly melted. It turned into liquid and slowly dripped down. Hu Qi. The instant the liquid fell, it floated to the lunar shadow saber scabbard in Xiao Chen's left hand. It seemed like it had a life of its own as it flowed towards the gap between the scabbard and the hilt. It wanted to enter the scabbard and merge with the saber. Pooh! The simple and unadorned scabbard gave off a horrifying force, knocking away all the liquid flying over. Xiao Chen sent out a strand of his spiritual sense and gathered all the molten metal in the air. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. What is going on? When that broken sword completely melted, all the molten metal gathered together and moved around continuously. It was like jelly on earth. It was very strange. Who? Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the gathered molten metal, heading for Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen was prepared for this long ago. He instantly used his spiritual sense to form a thick wall in front of him. It was impregnable. When the figure crashed into it, it bounced back. Ayo! Ayo! The figure let out a pained cry. Xiao Chen finally saw what it looked like. It looked exactly like a human. There was no difference at all. However, it was clearly much weaker. It gave off an extremely sinister aura, making others feel disgusted. So, it is the item spirit of the subdivine weapon. Because the broken sword did not receive proper maintenance, it has turned into an evil spirit. Now that Xiao Chen knew what it was, he was no longer surprised. No wonder the scabbard was disgusted by these things and merged with the lunar shadow saber. So this was the reason. After the item spirit turned into an evil spirit, it would lose its consciousness. It would become a monster that only knew how to kill. If it was merged into a spirit weapon, it would turn the spirit weapon into an evil weapon, bringing disaster to the world. In the Tianwu continent, there were many evil cultivators who collected these evil spirits to refine evil weapons and use them to increase their strength. If this evil spirit, which was once the item spirit of a subdivine weapon, completely occupied the lunar shadow saber, it would immediately turn into an extremely evil weapon. Even Xiao Chen would be affected. However, this evil spirit had been tempered by the purple thunder true fire, so its strength was significantly weaker. It could not pierce through the wall that Xiao Chen laid down. Instead, it even injured itself. The evil spirit seemed to know how powerful Xiao Chen was. It roared and immediately flew into the distance, trying to escape this place. Trying to run? Can you run? Purple thunder, true fire. Shoot! When Xiao Chen saw that the evil spirit was trying to escape, he smiled faintly. The purple thunder, true fire, turned into a sharp arrow and shot out with a long flaming tail. It was like a resplendent bolt of lightning. It surpassed the speed of sound and instantly caught up to the black evil spirit, piercing through it. Boom! The purple flame exploded. The might of the origin energy was completely unleashed. The brilliant electric light lit up the forest like it was daytime. The black evil spirit cried out in grief and turned into nothing, completely disappearing from this world. When Xiao Chen felt his essence flowing out like water, he sighed and said, "I only used it twice and my essence is already mostly depleted. Looks like this move can only be used as a trump card." After the evil spirit died, the broken sword turned into molten metal and flew back to the lunar shadow saber. This time, the strange scabbard did not stop it. It released the lunar shadow saber that wanted to escape. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber trembled in the air. It was like the molten metal had melted into his skin. There were no ripples as it completely seeped in. When the last drop of molten metal completely seeped in, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber became even more dazzling. Xiao Chen stretched his hand out and grasped the lunar shadow saber. He immediately felt the energy in the saber become stronger. The lunar shadow saber advanced from inferior grade earth ranked to medial grade earth ranked. Unfortunately, he did not see the so-called battle sage origins. Xiao Chen was slightly disappointed. Since there is no battle sage origins, why did Ao Jiao tell me to refine this broken sword in such a hurry? If there was a problem that he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiao Chen's usual way of doing things. He would not waste time on it. When the time came, he would straighten things out. It was already very late. After advancing to Martial Saint, he had improved in other areas. It was not convenient for Xiao Chen to check them one by one. There were still 3 days. It was sufficient for him to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen stabilized his cultivation. If there was anything he did not understand, he would ask Lu Ruyue for guidance. Lu Ruyue had been a martial saint for much longer than Xiao Qin. Hence, she had a lot of experience in this area. She imparted it to Xiao Qin without holding anything back. For example, the speed at which saber qi could be condensed faster, how to use the least amount of essence to maximize the lethality. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was high in the first place. After consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability became even higher. He was able to understand Lu Ruyue's explanation after hearing it once. He could even deduce many things from one example. Xiao Qin had benefited greatly in many aspects. His strength had increased significantly. It was night. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of kilometers. He could clearly see the countless stars dotting the night sky. With one glance, the night scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Tomorrow was the day the missions would be issued. Xiao Qin did not intend to cultivate tonight. He intended to have a good sleep to replenish his mental energy. For cultivators, the effects of meditating was comparable to sleeping. Hence, many cultivators would use cultivation to replace sleep. Doing so would not affect their mental energy. However, they would not be able to relax their minds. After all, when cultivating, the mind would still be awake. If there was even the slightest movement, one would be able to feel it immediately. Hence, only by sleeping could one truly relax their entire body. This would allow the cultivator's mental energy to recover to its peak state. Lying on the bed, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After 10 minutes, his breathing stabilized. His chest rose and fell as he breathed, and he slowly entered dreamland. In a daze, Xiao Qin did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly he opened his eyes. However, what he saw was not the room he was familiar with. Clouds surrounded him, and the sun shone brightly above him. When he looked around, many people and houses appeared before him like ants. This was one of the peaks of the Lingyun mountain range. Is this in my dream? Xiao Qin thought hazily. This was because time and space did not match his perception. The most important thing was that he could not get rid of that haziness. When Xiao Qin turned his head back, he saw the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Ruyue's father, Lu Tianyu, sitting cross-legged on a rock. Lu Tianyu's weathered, wrinkled face was calm as he looked at Xiao Qin quietly. You do not seem to find this strange. Xiao Qin had already guessed that this person had invaded his dream. He did not find it strange. After all, there was someone in the heavenly saber pavilion with such strong mental energy that could easily break through his defenses. Aside from him, Xiao Qin could not think of anyone else. He said indifferently, "There is nothing strange about it. It is just that I am not used to people invading my dreams for no reason. Sorry." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The entire space was like glass shattering. Chapter 238. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was unfathomable as he muttered, "This brat's mental energy is actually so strong. If I do not use the divine weapon, I will not be able to stop him." Under the night sky, Xiao Qin's figure flickered continuously as he quickly leaped towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin paused for a while on the precipice and used the gravity spell to climb up. When Xiao Qin landed on the summit again, it was exactly the same as in his dream. He looked at the old man on the rock and said, "The next time you look for me, I hope you do not intrude into my dreams." In the depths of everyone's dreams, there were secrets. If this secret was discovered by others, it could be used by the opponent to attack the weakness of one's state of mind in battle. Although it was extremely difficult to enter the depths of a dream, especially for a cultivator with strong mental energy like Xiao Qin, it was even more difficult to enter. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu did not do so. However, Xiao Qin felt that it was dangerous and felt somewhat displeased. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly and did not answer Xiao Qin's question directly. Do you remember what you promised me? Shao Qin nodded and said, I remember. As long as it is within my capabilities and does not go against my heart, I can do it. Do you know what mission you will be going on tomorrow? Lu Tianyu looked at Shao Qin and asked, Have you ever thought about why there is a limit on the number and age and the Saber Emperor convening order? Naturally, Shao Qin had thought about this before. However, the higher-ups did not want to talk about it. The clues were limited, so there was no way for him to figure it out. He just had to face it calmly. Shao Qin did not think too much about this. Now that Lu Tianyu asked this, could it be that the mission he arranged for Shao Qin had something to do with this mission? Thinking of this, Shao Qin could not help but ask, Could the mission you arranged for me be related to this mission? That's right. I won't beat around the bush. Since it's already the last day, there's no need to keep it a secret. Lu Tianyu paused for a moment as his expression turned serious. You should have heard about the demonic calamity 20 years ago, right? What you heard was only the tip of the iceberg. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's losses in that calamity were far greater than what the rumors said. An inferior grade martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings. The biggest loss is that the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, who had the highest chance of advancing to Emperor Wu, died. When Shao Qin heard this, he could not help but be startled. 1 martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings had died. Such a strong force was sufficient to sweep through the entire great Qin nation. How horrifying was this force to be able to annihilate all these people? When Lu Tianyu saw the astonished expression on Shao Qin's face, he continued, The strength of the demons in the deep abyss demonic world is much more terrifying than you imagine. The boundless deep abyss demonic world has a total of 18 realms. Each realm is a world of its own. Even the smallest realm, the first realm, is several times larger than the entire Tianwu continent. Each realm is ruled by a realm master. As for how strong this realm master is, it is impossible to measure it based on the strength of the Tianwu continent. Back then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only encountered one of the 18 demon generals under the first realm master. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did their best, but they could not kill this demon general. They could only seal it temporarily. Lu Tianyu spoke tirelessly, telling Shao Qin about the secret history of the past. His words were somewhat vague, but Shao Qin could already imagine what kind of horrifying power it was. If Emperor Wu did not appear, even a demon general under the first realm master would not be able to do anything to him. Shao Qin raised his head and asked, Are you saying that our mission this time has something to do with the deep abyss demonic world? Lu Tianyu nodded and said, That's right. 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only temporarily sealed that spatial crack. Until now, it has not been mended. Shao Qin felt suspicious and asked, Didn't the people of the 3 holy masters send someone to mend it every 20 years? Could it be that they have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already? Lu Tianyu nodded and said, It is, as you said, the 3 holy masters have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already. Why? Isn't sealing the spatial crack the responsibility of the 3 holy masters? Shao Qin asked, feeling confused. Responsibility? Lu Tianyu smiled self-mockingly. You are too naive. Do you think there are such noble people in this world? Do you think they would help others out of goodwill without asking for anything in return? In the eyes of the 3 holy masters, an insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion is nothing. They are the true rulers of this continent. Things have to be prioritized. Even if they want to deal with it, they have to start with the bigger picture. What you think is extremely urgent might not be much in their eyes. Naturally, they have to deal with the more important things first. In the past, the reason why the 3 holy masters would send someone over every 20 years was because there was an absolute genius in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was able to enter the realm of Emperor Wu before the age of 50. Now that this genius is dead, they might have forgotten that there is a heavenly saber pavilion in the great Qin nation. Xiao Chen frowned heavily and entered deep thought. He had not expected such a simple matter to have so many dark sides to it that no one knew about. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Chen said, "Based on what you said, how can I, an insignificant martial saint, do something that even martial sages and martial monarchs are unable to do?" Martial sages and martial monarchs are indeed unable to do it. However, you forgot your other identity, the inheritor of the Thunder King. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, 8,000 years ago, the seal was originally complete. If not for the Thunder King making a move, the seal would not have been broken. 1,000 years later, you have the responsibility, the ability, and the obligation to deal with the mess that the Thunder King left behind. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said, coldly, "You don't have to keep using the name of the Thunder King to pressure me. Although I am the inheritor of the Thunder King, I am not him. I hope you understand this clearly. I am helping you out of my own will. If it is beyond my capabilities, I will choose another method to return it to you. Your decision is clearly beyond my capabilities. Sorry, I cannot accept it. Goodbye." Even a martial sage could not deal with it. How could he deal with it if he went? Lu Tianyu was clearly using his identity as inheritor of the Thunder King to threaten him to his death. Do you really think that I gave that scabbard to you casually? Or do you think that the pure, lightning-attributed essence in your body without any impurities is just a coincidence? Do you really know why you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just as Xiao Chen was about to jump off the cliff, Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind him unhurriedly. Xiao Chen could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Lu Tianyu. He asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Tianyu did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. He waved his hand, and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand over. Huang Dang! A snow-white saber light flashed in the dark night. Suddenly, it shone on Xiao Chen's face, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianyu looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber and muttered, "This is a pretty good saber." After merging with the second broken sword, its might is much stronger than the last time I saw it. Unfortunately, the owner of the saber does not know how to use it. Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, he tossed the saber in his hand into the dark sky. The saber suddenly released a boundless lightning. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dazzling electric light tore through the sky, leaving a space that was even darker than the night sky. Finally, the electric light condensed, and the saber's light was withdrawn. Everywhere it passed, the night sky was split in half like a piece of black cloth, falling to the sides. Xiao Chen stared dumbfoundedly at all this. This saber could even split the sky. Kassier! Lu Tianyu held the scabbard and waved his hand at the sky. The lunar shadow saber drew an arc in the air and returned to the scabbard with a schwa sound. After a long time, the two halves of the night sky slowly merged back together. Lu Tianyu tossed the lunar shadow saber back to Xiao Chen and said, "You can also use this kind of power. However, there is only one chance. Remember, there is only one chance." Ignoring Xiao Chen's astonished expression, Lu Tianyu continued, "What I am asking you to do is naturally within your capabilities. You don't have to worry about this. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you should be able to understand the reasoning behind this. Why don't the strong elders go? Why only the young disciples can enter? Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people. This is because once one's bone age exceeds 24, they will not be able to enter that space. What you will be facing is not the true demons, but just the projection of these demons." Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber, and his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, cut to the chase, "What do you need me to do? How can I swing that saber earlier?" That saber earlier had given Xiao Chen a huge shock. He had never expected the lunar shadow saber to be able to display such a strong force. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with questions. Back then, when he was in the miniature, ancient, absolute saber formation, he already had this feeling. The true strength of the lunar shadow saber was not as simple as what he had seen. Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "What you need to do is very simple. You just have to kill the projection of the 18 demon generals at the crucial moment. When you open your eyes, you will know how to execute this saber. In the end, this mission is still very dangerous. After you complete it, I will tell you where the third broken sword is. What does it mean when I open my eyes?" Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, his figure slowly turned blurry in front of Xiao Qin. After a while, this space started to shatter and eventually turned into nothingness. "Who?" Xiao Qin opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. He looked at his surroundings. It was the room he slept in. He looked out the window and saw that the sky had just brightened. It was still blurry. Getting up, Xiao Qin tossed aside the blanket and quickly walked out of the courtyard. He looked at his familiar surroundings. Cold sweat poured down his back as he looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He muttered, "So I did not break it at all. That dream was really a joke." After a long time, Xiao Qin recovered his wits. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The snow-white saber gave off a bright light. It was incredibly sharp. Chapter 239. The instant the saber was drawn, Xiao Qin immediately felt an extremely complicated formation appear within the lunar shadow saber. The formation lines were densely packed like a spider web. There was a resplendent light at the center of the formation. It looked like it would explode at any moment. Xiao Qin immediately understood what Lu Tianyu meant. As long as he opened his eyes, he would know how to execute that move. The secret was in the center of the formation. As long as he detonated the light, he would be able to execute that move. Xiao Qin tested it out. He extended his spiritual sense into the formation and gently touched that light. Qi! Qi! A horrifying energy immediately rushed into the center of the formation and spread out in all directions. The spiderweb-like formation lines started to light up. Xiao Qin was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. The energy of the formation lines immediately receded, like a receding tide. So this is how it is used. Just using my spiritual sense is like igniting a spark of dynamite. It will explode with just a spark. Xiao Qin sheathed the lunar shadow saber. The strange formation in the saber immediately cut off the connection with his spiritual sense. Xiao Qin looked at the scabbard and shook his head. I should change to a new scabbard in the future. When the sky was bright, Lu Riyue arrived at Xiao Qin's courtyard. She looked for him and explained the reason for her visit. Xiao Qin was somewhat astonished as he said, "Elder sister Riyue, you're going to participate in this mission as well." Lu Riyue smiled and said, "The rules of this mission state that all the experts of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion below the age of 24 must participate. I happen to be at the tail end. I am getting old. This mission is for youths like you, 18 or 19 years old." Xiao Qin rubbed his nose and said, "Elder sister Riyue, actually you still look like a 17 or 18-year-old. Furthermore, you have a certain temperament that those little girls do not have." Lu Riyue blushed slightly and looked at Xiao Qin in surprise. She said, "This is really surprising. I don't think I have ever seen you praise a girl before. You seem to spend all your time on Qingyan Peak cultivating. Normally, you do not even speak a few words. Cultivation is all about relaxation and speed. Don't let yourself get too engrossed in it, or you'll develop inner demons in the future." Xiao Qin paused for a moment. He had always been introverted. In his original world, he was not good at conversing. After coming to this cruel world, his personality became even more obvious. Not saying anything unnecessary, not doing anything unnecessary. This had always been Xiao Qin's basic principle. Today, for the first time, he opened his mouth and praised Lu Ryue's appearance so boldly. Even he was surprised. Not wanting to dwell on this topic for too long, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Elder Sister Rue, what are the details of this mission? Have you received the news yet? Lu Ryue shook her head and said, I'm not sure either. I only know that the person in charge of this operation is Lu Qin, the Lu Qin you met in the returning Cloud Hall. Lu Qin. Xiao Qin had a deep impression of this person. Is he only 24 years old? Don't tell me he's stronger than you, Sister Yu. Since he was the person in charge, his cultivation would definitely be the highest. Lu Ryue's cultivation was already horrifying enough. Could it be that Lu Qin was even more horrifying than her? Lu Ryue nodded and said, his cultivation is about the same as mine. However, the martial technique he cultivates is rather special. So his combat prowess is slightly stronger than mine. However, he is 1 year younger than me. Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. He is only 23 years old, and his cultivation is already very close to becoming a martial king. Originally, he thought that, aside from Lu Ryue, there was no other genius like him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It looked like it was, as the Hall of Contributions said. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, geniuses were the most worthless thing. When Lu Ryue saw that Xiao Chen was somewhat dispirited, she consoled him, don't be too discouraged. Lu Qin is being nurtured as the next leader of the Divine Saber Camp. It can be said that he has the best conditions in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Medicinal pills, spirit stones, secret manuals, and there are even death-sworn soldiers, specially trained in killing qi. These are far from what you can compare to. Xiao Chen had long understood the terror of the Divine Saber Camp. It could be said that they were the true elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the final protectors. It made sense that their future leader could have such a powerful cultivation base. Ji, a green bird circled in the sky as it flew down. Lu Ryue called Xiao Chen over and jumped onto it. They flew towards the heaven viewing platform. Lu Ryue's piloting skills were many times better than Lu Suifeng's. They only spent a quarter of the time before arriving at the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The people on the drill grounds had not all arrived yet. There was no one in the spectator stands. It seemed very empty. Not long after the two of them landed, an elder led Lu Ryue away. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ryue's departing figure and thought to himself, it seems like Lu Ryue knows some insider information. Yi Qin, how long have you been here? Not long after Lu Ryue left, two familiar people walked over to Xiao Chen. They were Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, who had collapsed a long time ago. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised when the two of them walked together. I have not been here for long. What did you find out about this mission? It is useless. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Chen had revealed too little information. Xiao Chen was not very confident. These two people's identities were not simple. They should have some insider information. Mu Heng's expression was somewhat grave as he said, my father did not reveal much to me. He only used 4 words to describe this mission. 90% chance of survival. There was no useful information. Xiao Chen was somewhat disappointed. He did not know as much as he did. Since there is a 90% chance of survival, why would your father dare to send you out? When Mu Heng heard this, he took out a talisman and said, this is a divine flame talisman. It can instantly teleport. Zhang Lai has one as well. Xiao Chen had heard of the divine flame talisman before. It was extremely expensive. It was in short supply in the Great Qin Nation, where it originated from. Once it appeared in the Great Qin Nation, it would be gone. He did not expect the two of them to have one. With the divine flame talisman, they could save their lives at a crucial moment. No wonder they dared to risk their lives. They had already prepared a path of retreat. Mu Heng continued, from the news I received, there is a limited number of divine flame talismans. Aside from the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Elders Assembly did not give out any divine flame talismans. Xiao Qin could understand this. It was the survival of the fittest. Outstanding people had superior conditions. It was the same everywhere. With Lu Tianyu's position, he should be able to obtain a divine flame talisman. However, it was not hard to guess why he did not give it to Xiao Qin. Zhang Lai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Yi Qin, you broke through to Martial Saint." Xiao Qin nodded and smiled gently. "Aren't you the same?" When Zhang Lai heard this, he smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that after I became a Martial Saint, I would be able to surpass you. Who knew that you would become a Martial Saint as well?" The people on the drill grounds arrived one after another. The moment the top 10 people on the wind cloud list landed, they were immediately taken away by the Elders' Assembly. It was probably to give them the divine flame talisman. The three of them chatted for a long time, exchanging their experiences and comprehensions of martial techniques. The three of them had pretty good talent. They all had their own unique understanding of saber techniques. After chatting for a long time, the three of them felt that they had gained a lot. Some of the questions that they could not figure out were answered. This was especially so for Xiao Qin and Zhang Lai. The two of them had practiced the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection. However, their methods were different. After exchanging their experiences, they gained some comprehensions. "Yi Chen, come over for a while. I have something to talk to you about." Lu Ruyue's melodious voice came from the front. Xiao Qin said goodbye to the two of them and quickly walked over. Lu Ruyue's expression was exceptionally grave. She brought Xiao Qin to a place where there was no one around. She took out a divine flame talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. At a crucial moment, it can save your life. Take it." Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Riyue to give her divine flame talisman to him. However, since Lu Tianyu did not give him a divine flame talisman, he probably had his own plans. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin did not take it. He said, "You should only have one divine flame talisman. You should keep it and use it. It should be more than enough for me to use my movement technique to escape." Lu Riyue frowned slightly and said somewhat angrily, "Are you saying that your movement technique is better than mine? Now that your strength has improved, you look down on me, your master?" Xiao Qin was caught off guard. He quickly explained, "No, that is not what I meant. I mean, don't say no. I told you to take it, so take it. If you don't take it, I will really get angry." Lu Riyue seemed to be really angry. Xiao Qin felt helpless. He could only take the divine flame talisman that Lu Riyue handed to him. He said, "Thank you, elder sister Riyue." Seeing Xiao Qin take the divine flame talisman, Lu Riyue's expression immediately turned warm. She said, "That's right. I will not be able to accompany you on this mission. I just received news that there are a total of 100 people participating in this mission. You will be split into 10 groups. Each group will have 10 people. The top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list will lead the group. This mission is very dangerous. Be careful." After Lu Riyue spoke, she left Xiao Qin in a hurry. She seemed to be in a rush. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "It looks like Lu Riyue already knows the details of this mission. Since she is in such a hurry, this mission should be much more dangerous than I thought." When Xiao Chen returned to the drill grounds, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai immediately waved at Xiao Qin, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Qin nodded and quickly walked over. The 100 people participating in the mission had already arrived on the drill grounds. The people from the Elders' Assembly were discussing something anxiously on the tall platform in front. Suddenly, Zhang Lai asked in a soft voice, "Yi Qin, did your master reveal anything to you? I saw her standing in the elders' seats. She should know something." When Mu Heng heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Qin shook his head. She did not say anything. She only gave me a divine flame talisman. Anyway, we are about to depart. The answer will be revealed soon. Mu Heng nodded. That's true. If we continue to let our imaginations run wild, we will not be able to guess the answer. We might as well wait patiently. After waiting for a long time, there was still no news. The people present started to get impatient. All sorts of discussions gathered together. It was very chaotic. Xiao Chen cocked his head and listened for a while. They were all guesses about this mission. What surprised him was that many people had already guessed the general direction. The discussion on the tall platform finally stopped. When the first elder of the main hall's elders' assembly, Jiang Qi, heard the noise below, he frowned slightly. Silence! Chapter 240. The moment Jiang Qi spoke, it was just 2 simple words. However, there was a sense of majesty lingering in everyone's ears. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Jiang Qi used his mental energy when he spoke. His spiritual sense was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that Jiang Qi had combined his vast mental energy with the word silence. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. If there was a chance, I should give it a try. Jiang Qi's 2 simple words caused Xiao Qin to comprehend something. Jiang Qi was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "The mission this time is about to begin. I believe you all have already guessed the importance of this mission. There are not many missions that can make the Heavenly Saber Pavilion use the Saber Emperor convening order. This mission concerns the life and death of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I hope you all will do your best. After the mission is completed, everyone will receive 100 medial grade spirit stones. You can choose a peak earth ranked cultivation technique, a peak earth ranked spirit weapon, or battle armor." After Jiang Qi spoke, the crowd was flabbergasted. They did not expect the rewards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so bountiful. 100 medial grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to exchange medial grade spirit stones for inferior grade spirit stones. This was just an example. For cultivators who had advanced to Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could no longer satisfy their needs. They would use up an inferior grade spirit stone in a day. Furthermore, the effects would not be as good as before. When one advanced to medial grade Martial Saint, the effects of inferior grade spirit stones would be even weaker. When one advanced to superior grade Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could only be used to recover spiritual energy. They would no longer be of any help to cultivation. This was because the density of essence in inferior grade spirit stones was already too thin. At this moment, only medial grade spirit stones would have an effect on his cultivation. If these 100 people all came out successfully, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have to fork out 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen guessed that this would be at least a fifth of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's reserves. After all, the spirit veins in the entire Great Qi nation were not of high grades. It was too difficult to obtain medial grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, exclaimed, "How extravagant! My Zhang clan has been in Yunyang City for hundreds of years, and we have only obtained a few dozen medial grade spirit stones. We are still reluctant to use them." Xiao Qin frowned. He was thinking even further. The reward of a mission was usually linked to the difficulty of the mission. The higher the reward, the more difficult the mission would be. Jiang Qi pointed to Lu Qin and Lu Riyue, who were standing beside him. He continued, "Lu Qin and Lu Riyue will be in charge of this operation. Later, you will be split into 10 teams. The team leaders are the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. If you have any questions, you can ask the team leaders directly. The mission leaders have absolute authority in the missions. No of Xiao of. No, none of you all to you he give. He, of. of, Xiao of yin of. But he said Qin of Xiao was, of yin was, Long of Xiao of yin of. Mu Heng, Zhonglai, and Xiao Qin were assigned to the same team. Aside from them, there were 6 other unknown core disciples. The team leader was the only female disciple in the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list, Yun Kursen. Yun Kursen looked at everyone and swept her gaze across the faces of the 9 people. She said, "State your name, cultivation realm, what you are good at, and the attribute of your martial spirit. You will go first." She pointed in the direction of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, "Qingyun Peaks Yi Qin, inferior grade martial saint. I am good at movement techniques and Lingyun saber technique. The attribute of my martial spirit is lightning." When Yun Kursen heard Xiao Qin say that his attribute was lightning, a strange look flashed in Yun Kursen's calm eyes. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Qin's face for a while longer. After that, everyone continued. Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, Peak inferior grade martial grandmaster. I'm good at defense. The attribute of my martial spirit is wood. Tianyue Peaks Zhonglai, inferior grade martial saint. I am not good at anything. The attribute of my martial spirit is wind. Qinduan Peaks Gaoxiang, medial grade martial saint. I am good at offense. The attribute of my martial spirit is fire. After the 9 people finished explaining themselves, they had a general impression of each other. Yun Kursen nodded slightly and pointed at Xiao Qin. She said, "From now on, you will be the vice captain of this team. Aside from me, his words are the loudest." The moment Yun Kursen said this, not only was Xiao Qin surprised, but the other 8 were astonished as well. This was especially so for Qinduan Peaks Gaoxiang. Among the 10 of them, his cultivation was higher than Yun Kursen's peak inferior grade martial saint cultivation. Gaoxiang was already somewhat dissatisfied with Yun Kursen being the vice captain. However, she was, after all, one of the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Her strength was clear for all to see. Gaoxiang could not help but be convinced. However, now an early stage inferior grade martial saint had to be the vice captain. Gao Xiang could not accept this. Gao Xiang snorted coldly. Why should he be the vice captain? Don't you understand that in the martial saint realm, even a small advantage in cultivation would be reflected 100-fold in strength? Yun Kursen's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, "The reason is that he is stronger than you. The lightning attribute will have a strong advantage in this mission." Gao Xiang revealed a mocking expression. "Are you joking? A person who just advanced to inferior grade martial saint is stronger than me. A medial grade martial saint? Chi." Right after Gao Xiang spoke, he heard a piercing sound resounding in his ears. It reverberated in his ears, and his mind went blank for a moment. When he recovered his wits, he had only raised the huge saber on his back halfway. Suddenly, he discovered that a 2-finger-wide, 20-foot-long saber had appeared at his chest. The tip of the saber tore through his clothes and pressed against his chest, leaving behind a small wound. Dong! Dong! Gao Xiang's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A horrifying killing chi surrounded his chest. It felt like the tip of the saber would pierce through his skin and crush his heart in the next moment. The expression on Yun Kursen's face did not change at all. She was extremely calm, as though she was doing something insignificant. She said softly in a gentle voice, "Cultivation is very important, but sometimes it is not omnipotent. My judgment of people has always been very accurate. Are you doubting my judgment?" "No, I just have some doubts," Gao Xiang said with a trembling voice as he raised the huge saber in his hand. "Pu Xi." Yun Kursen controlled the saber in her hand and pushed it forward a little more. Now, it was just above the ribs in front of his chest. She said indifferently, "Do you still have any doubts?" Gao Xiang had never felt death so close to him before. He said in a fluster, "No, I really don't." "Huang Dang." Yun Kursen sheathed her saber with a schwa sound. Gao Xiang's tensed heart immediately relaxed. He sprawled on the ground, panting without any grace. Shao Qin, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai exchanged glances. It went without saying that this woman was too horrifying. The experience of a few seconds would probably become Gao Xiang's nightmare for the rest of his life. Yun Kursen turned her gaze to Shao Qin and asked softly, "Do you have any doubts?" Shao Qin said very decisively, "No." Yun Kursen's way of doing things was very direct, quick, and decisive. Honestly speaking, such a character suited Shao Qin's taste very well. She did not have many rules and regulations, just a set of rules. Although Shao Qin was not afraid of Yun Kursen, there was no need to get into a conflict with her over this matter. There was nothing wrong with being the vice captain. As long as she did not threaten his safety, it was fine. Yun Kursen did not have any obvious expression on her face. She nodded and said, "Now is the time to ask questions. We only have 5 minutes. Try to simplify your questions." The same scene happened in other places as well. The 10 core disciples explained the contents of this mission to the others. Perhaps Yun Kursen's earlier actions had frightened the others, resulting in a period of awkward silence. Shao Qin organized his thoughts before asking, "What are the details of the mission? Where is the location? What do we need to do?" Yun Kursen did not think for long before she replied, "The details of the mission are very simple. Enter a subspace between the deep abyss demonic world and the Tianwu continent and kill all the demons there. The location of the mission is that subspace. The subspace is 50 kilometers south of the Lingyun mountain range. There is a seal blocking it, so the exact location is unknown. I need you all to bring out your strength and kill all the demons in the subspace to prevent the seal from being damaged." This was a very formulaic answer. When everyone heard it, they felt ashamed in their hearts. Killing all the demons in the subspace? This mission was very simple. When Zhang Lai saw that Yun Kursen was easy to talk to, he quickly asked, "Then how are the rewards for this mission calculated? What do I have to do to complete the mission?" The reward of 200 medial grade spirit stones was not only very tempting to Zhang Lai, it was very tempting to the others as well. When Zhang Lai asked this question, even Gao Xiang listened carefully. After all, everyone knew that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be so foolish as to let you walk around the subspace and then give you spirit stones, secret manuals, or spirit weapons. There would definitely be a standard. Yun Kursen did not disappoint everyone. She continued, "The details of the mission are personal. Everyone has to kill at least 20 demons. After killing the demons, there will be demon cores. All you have to do is hand over 20 demon cores. If you exceed that, there will be additional rewards." A female disciple of Gongyu Peak asked, "When will the mission end? How long will it last? Will we not be able to come out if we do not succeed?" Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky. Then she lowered her head and said, 5 minutes are up. I will not be accepting any answers for now." Her timing was really accurate. Shao Qin calculated in his heart. It was exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. After that, the atmosphere was rather heavy. With Yun Kursen's aura, no one dared to bring up other topics. The elders' assembly's arrangement was actually pretty good. They arranged for a team leader for every 10 people. The team leader would explain the details of the mission to the 10 people. This would save a lot of time. Otherwise, if the first elder had to explain them one by one, they might not even be able to finish in half a day. Furthermore, the results would not be good. Chapter 241. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above the drill grounds turned dark. Rumbling sounds came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a few huge bird-type spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts spread their wings, they were 100 meters long. When the spirit beasts flew together, they covered the entire sky. These are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guardian spirit beasts, Heavenly Wind Vultures. They are the tyrants of rank 6 flying spirit beasts. I did not expect all of them to come out. Someone below recognized the spirit beasts and exclaimed in astonishment. The huge Heavenly Wind Vultures created an intense gust of wind as they circled around in the air before landing on the drill grounds. Yoon Kursin called out to the crowd and quickly headed for one of the Heavenly Wind Vultures. Everyone quickly followed. The huge Heavenly Wind Vulture looked similar to the red-tailed eagles of Earth. The feathers on its back were light brown, its abdomen was lighter, and its tail was reddish-brown. However, there was a pair of sharp claws on both ends of its wings. They were strangely sharp like hooks. When the huge wings spread out, they formed a space of a few hundred meters. A dark-skinned old man stood on the neck of the Heavenly Wind Vulture. He was the driver of the Heavenly Wind Vulture. Xiao Qin and the others all walked up. The old man stepped on the Heavenly Wind Vulture's back. The Heavenly Wind Vulture immediately cried out and created an intense gust of wind as it rushed into the sky. A strong wind blew from both sides. A few core disciples with weak willpower were nearly blown off the vulture. They were startled. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder saw the many Heavenly Wind Vultures flying away, he turned to Jiangqi and said, "First elder, are you really at ease letting these youths go?" Jiangqi said indifferently, "What else? Do you want me to repeat the mistakes of the previous generation?" Back then, I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he was unwilling to sacrifice these youths. He wanted to fight personally. What happened in the end? Since ancient times, only those who survive are considered geniuses. No matter how talented you are no longer a genius if you die young. The third elder said, back then, Tianhe underestimated the strength of those demons. He was too confident in his own strength. Otherwise, there would not have been such a tragedy. Jiang Qi continued, "That's right. As long as we get rid of these projections, the subspace that connects to the Tianwu continent will naturally shatter. Even if the 3 holy masters do not come, we can deal with it ourselves. I am confident in Lu Chen's strength." Above the clouds, the wind vulture was flying faster and faster. The fierce airflow caused by the vulture forced everyone to use all of their powers to keep themselves from being blown down. Soon, the Ling Yun mountain range was left far behind them. Xiao Chan observed for a while and found that there were 11 wind eagles in total. 10 of them were led by a core disciple, Lu Qin, Lu Ruyue, and the others were on the last heavenly wind eagle. Using his spiritual sense, he counted 10 people. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "It looks like these are all the candidates for this mission. 100 core disciples and 10 hidden geniuses like Lu Qin and Lu Ruyue." After flying for an unknown period of time, the wind vulture's speed started to slow down. A desolate land appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a vast flat land with no end in sight. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. Only rocks of various sizes. There was no sign of life. It was completely lifeless. The 11 windy eagles let out a series of caws, then quickly landed on the ground. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the top and looked at their surroundings with an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Lu Qin had a faint smile on his face as he gathered everyone. He said, "The seal is in front. Everyone, please check if you are wearing your identity medallion. If you are not, come to me to get a backup identity medallion. Otherwise, you might be accidentally injured by the barrier outside." Everyone always carried their identity medallions on them. After everyone checked, no one forgot to bring their identity medallion. And very good. In that case, follow me under the leader's lead. Don't run around. The atmosphere here was very strange. Even without Lu Chen's instructions, no one would run around. Everyone followed behind Lu Qin and slowly walked forward. Not long later, Lu Qin, who was leading the group, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The people behind him disappeared as well. Yun Kursin explained, There is no need to worry. They are all fine after passing the barrier. After the explanations of their respective leaders, they did not panic and continued walking forward. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though they had passed through a formless barrier. The scene before them suddenly changed. An ancient well appeared in front of everyone. The people who had disappeared earlier were all here, gathered beside the ancient well. The height of the ancient well was no more than 1 meter. However, its diameter was very large, about 3 meters. The clear water in the well was like a smooth mirror without any ripples. Even when the wind blew, there were no ripples on the surface of the water. It looked very strange, as though there was a horrifying monster hidden in the ancient well. For old men dressed in black clothes stood around the ancient well. They were like wooden stakes standing at 4 different angles. Even further away, there was a group of bladesmen from the divine saber camp. They all stood there expressionlessly. When Lu Qin saw that everyone was present, he nodded to one of the old men in black clothes. Only then did that old man, who was like a wooden stake, slowly raise his head. His face was as skinny as a tree trunk, looking very frightening. He said in a hoarse voice, "This well is called reincarnation. You must be above 24 years old. Leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be sent to an unknown space." Lu Qin said, "Senior, we have already checked the age of these people. The number of people is also correct. Please rest assured." The old man looked at Lu Qin and revealed a bitter smile on his skinny face. He said, "I recognize your father. They are really timid. They do not even have the guts to make a trip here. I wish you all good luck. I am going to open the seal. Remember, only 10 people can enter at a time." The 4 old men, who were like wooden stakes, turned around and faced the ancient well. They each took out a jade strip and quickly formed all sorts of hand seals. This is a sealing formation from the ancient era, Shao Qin thought to himself. Unfortunately, aside from the 3 holy masters, the specific method of laying formations had already been lost in the Tianmu continent. ZZ. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on the calm surface of the water. The calm surface of the water started to churn nonstop. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. In the middle of the whirlpool was a boundless black hole. It was unknown where it led to. When Lu Qin saw the situation, he immediately said anxiously, "Murong Chong, bring your people down first. The rest will follow the rankings on the wind cloud list one at a time." Murong Chong had a calm expression on his face. He did not hesitate and took the lead to jump into the whirlpool. The 10 of them jumped in one after another. There was no movement at all. They were instantly sucked in by the black hole. As the elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's core disciples, everyone here had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators. When faced with such an unknown situation, they did not hesitate. Soon, Shao Chen's group fell. Yun Kursin took the lead and jumped in. Shao Chen looked at the bottomless, spinning black hole and followed suit. The instant Shao Chen was sucked in by the black hole, his body was sliced into countless pieces. However, he did not feel anything. His consciousness was a blur. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was an eternity, perhaps it was just an instant, Shao Chen felt his body regathering and he landed firmly on the ground. This was a strange space. The ground was covered in black soil. When they looked up, there was a scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. It was scarlet. It was very strange. Occasionally, there would be strange black birds the size of crows circling in the air. They gave off GGG sounds. It was very disturbing. After Shao Chen landed, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others slowly appeared. All 9 of them were present. They looked around but could not find Yun Kursin. Zhang Lai looked around and felt it was strange. He said, "Why do I not see Yun Kursin? Why are the other teams gone as well? Stop looking, I'm here." Yun Kursin's figure suddenly appeared behind the group. I just went out and took a look at the surroundings. The other female disciple of the 10, Lu Jia, asked worriedly, "Where are the others? Did we get separated from them? Or what's going on?" Yoon Kursin raised her head and looked at the sky. A trace of seriousness appeared on her calm face. She said, "You can ask questions later. Now prepare to fight." Xiao Chen's right hand was already on his saber hilt. The strange birds in the sky had a very heavy evil aura. They were circling above everyone's heads and had not left. Yoon Kursin quickly said, "These are blood crows, rank 4 demonic beasts. They live by sucking blood. In the demonic world, they should be of a higher rank. The most important thing is that before they die, they will self-destruct. Xiao Qin, I'll leave these blood crows to you. Infuse them with electric attacks. This can prevent them from self-destructing before they die. Mu Heng, you are mainly in charge of defense. If Xiao Qin cannot kill them all, just block them. There is no need to kill them. The rest of you, don't act rashly for now." Pu Xi. Right after Yoon Kursin spoke, the 3 blood crows circling in the sky swooped down. From a distance, they looked like 3 scarlet arrows falling from the sky. Ka Xie. Xiao Qin did not wait for the blood crows to arrive before him. He immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. A snow-white saber light appeared in the dark space. He chopped down 3 times. 3 strands of pure, lightning-attributed saber, qi, flashed by. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere in the air. The 3 blood crows were split in half and fell from the sky. A black aura flowed out from the wounds. It merged with the electric light that Xiao Qin left behind, giving off a zizi sound. Before Xiao Qin could catch his breath, hundreds of blood crows flew over from the dark sky. The sound of their wings, flapping, merged into one, creating a wild wind. Xiao Qin's expression was calm. The instant the blood crows arrived, he shouted, "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years! Pu Xi! Pu Xi!" Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. Saber lights danced around. Boundless saber qi danced among the flock of blood crows. Every time Xiao Qin changed his position, he would send out 12 strands of saber qi. Xiao Qin changed his position a total of 81 times, sending out 1,620 strands of saber qi. Every strand of saber qi would chop down a large number of blood crows. When Xiao Qin landed, the ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of the blood crows. Due to the pure state of thunder, the electric light lingered on the wounds for a long time. Chapter 242. When Xiao Qin saw the destructive power of this move, he was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that, after comprehending saber qi, the attacks of the disordered dance of 1,000 years would reach such a level. In the past, when he was a martial master, he could only use saber light. At that time, he could not even bring out 1/10 of this move's might. Even though he was a martial grandmaster and comprehended saber light, he could only bring out less than half of his strength. Only when one reached martial saint could one bring out the true might of the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A dense stench of blood permeated the entire space, causing people to feel nauseous when they smelled it. Even more blood crows in the distance smelled the blood and flew over. The entire sky seemed to be filled with blood crows. The originally dark space was now completely dark, and everyone's vision was greatly affected. Xiao Qin looked at Yoon Kursin beside him and said, "What should I do? I cannot use that move often. It exhausts a lot of essence. There are at least 10,000 of these blood crows." Behind the 2 of them, the expressions of the other 8 people were somewhat unsightly. They had just arrived at this strange place, and before they had even met the demons, they had already encountered such trouble. The blood crows were only level 4 demonic beasts. In front of everyone, they were nothing. Any one of them could easily kill dozens of blood crows. However, when there were a certain number of them, it would be horrifying. The most crucial thing was that the blood crows could self-destruct. The might of a rank 4 demonic beast self-destruction was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a medial grade martial saint. Yun Kursin pointed to a huge blood crow in the sky and said, "Look over there. That blood crow should be the king of this group of blood crows. As long as we kill it, the rest of the blood crows will automatically scatter." Xiao Qin looked up. Indeed, he saw a huge blood crow that was as large as an eagle. It was ingeniously hidden behind several hundred blood crows. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "If it doesn't come down, we won't be able to do anything to it unless someone knows a flying martial technique. Only when a cultivator reached the martial king realm would they be able to fly, or if their martial spirit was of the wind attribute, they would be able to fly as long as they reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Apart from that, if one wanted to fly without the help of external objects, one had to master a flying martial skill. However, flying martial techniques were extremely rare. In terms of value, they could rival peak Earth ranked martial techniques. Of course, if Xiao Qin was alone, he could summon silver. However, the silver worship could easily expose Xiao Qin's identity. He could not use it unless he had no other choice. Yun Kursin thought for a while and said, "Blood Crow King, leave it to me later. With so many blood crows, the next wave of attacks will definitely come from more than one direction." The two of them retreated, shielding the other 8 behind them as they waited for the next wave of attacks from the blood crows. Crunch! The strange cries of the blood crows in the sky didn't stop. Tens of thousands of blood crows cawed at the same time. Their voices were ear-piercing and sharp. They hadn't even attacked yet, but they were already disturbing everyone's minds. For some reason, the blood crows in the sky had become extremely patient and were constantly making strange cries. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the crowd, but they didn't attack. Instead, they were wearing down their fighting spirit bit by bit. "Damn it! Can't you be more straightforward?" Gao Xiang could not help but curse out loud. The martial techniques of Qianduan Peak were very particular about being open and direct. They were famous for their might and ferocity. Gao Xiang was very much in line with this character. When he met with a demonic beast like the blood crows that could self-destruct, it was very painful for him to not be able to use his strength. Just as everyone's patience was about to run out, the blood crows in the sky suddenly stopped making strange cries. The noisy space suddenly turned quiet. Only the sound of wind could be heard in the air. It was extremely quiet. The intense contrast made everyone nervous. They could not help but tighten their grip on their sabers. Everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Hu Qi. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn resounded in the quiet sky. In the next moment, the blood crows gave off a strange red light. They were like the lights of 10,000 households. Suddenly, they lit up the sky, turning it scarlet. The layers of blood crows in the sky were like countless scarlet arrows. They tore through the dark sky and flew towards the crowd. Yun Kursin quickly said, "Aside from Xiao Qin, the others are not allowed to draw their sabers. Zhang Lai, come to my side. Later, we will attack together. The others can only use their scabbards to attack the blood crows." Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Qin executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly drew a circle around the crowd, killing all the blood crows in the first layer. However, there were simply too many blood crows. Soon, the second layer of blood crows flew over. The others did not dare to draw their sabers due to Yun Kursin's instructions. They could only use their scabbards to knock down the blood crows flying at them. They did not even dare to use too much force. They were afraid of killing the blood crows and self-destructing. With their hands and feet tied, they were surrounded by danger. Among the crowd, only Mu Heng had it easy. He circulated the purple jade body tempering art, and his body glowed with a purple light. These were only rank 4 demonic beasts. They could not break through his defense. When the blood crow's beaks, which could pierce through steel, struck Mu Heng's body, they gave off a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. He was not injured at all. Instead, some of the blood crows pecked off their own beaks. Hu Qi, Yun Kursen, who had been dodging, suddenly drew her saber. There was a flash of saber light, and a blood crow's heart was pierced. It did not even have the time to self-destruct before it turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Yun Kursen said to Zhang Lai, "The reaction speed of the blood crows is very fast. They only need half a second to self-destruct. If you are confident that you can kill them in half a second, you can make your move." Zhang Lai's expression was calm. He was not in a rush to make a move. As he dodged the blood crows, he carefully observed Yun Kursen's actions. So, after a while, Zhang Lai had an idea. He drew his saber, and an indistinct cloud appeared. In the next moment, the cloud scattered, and a tiny strand of saber chi soared into the air. Everywhere the saber chi passed, it instantly pierced through all the blood crows. In an instant, hundreds of blood crows died. Zhang Lai swung his saber, and the strand of saber chi disappeared. He shouted, "Everlasting startling cloud, explode!" The everlasting startling cloud, which contained Zhang Lai's small perfection saber intent, suddenly exploded. The strand of saber chi reformed and turned into countless beams of light, scattering in all directions. Every strand of light was actually saber chi containing saber intent. Its speed and strength had reached the peak of inferior grade martial saint. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a flock of blood crows fell like rain. This saber strike had killed thousands of blood crows, allowing everyone to relax. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, her expression did not relax at all. Instead, her crescent-shaped eyebrows knitted together tightly. She tossed a medicinal pill to Zhang Lai to replenish his essence quickly. "Stop trying to be brave. Quickly recover your essence. This is not the time to use your trump card yet. Mu Heng, protect him first." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt slightly embarrassed. This move had indeed exhausted a lot of essence. It had exhausted almost 2/3 of his essence. However, its lethality was obvious. Originally, he thought that even if Yun Kursen did not praise him, she would not criticize him. Who knew that he would receive such an evaluation? When Zhang Lai placed the medicinal pill in his mouth, he immediately felt a cooling sensation in his mouth. After a while, the essence in his dantian quickly recovered. In a short while, he had recovered 1/3 of his essence. This was a rank 6 medicinal pill, the White Cloud pill. It could instantly recover 1/3 of a cultivator's essence. After that, it would replenish the cultivator's essence within 10 minutes. It was worth 500 inferior grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai did not expect Yun Kursen to be so generous. His impression of her changed greatly. Jieji, Jieji. The huge blood crow king in the air let out 2 strange cries. Immediately, all the blood crows stopped their attacks. They flapped their wings a few times and flew back into the sky. Yun Kursen looked at Zhang Lai and said, "In this space, unless you have no other choice, do not exhaust too much essence. There is still a long way to go." Zhang Lai did not dare to retort. He knew that he had been somewhat rash. He did his best to circulate his energy to recover his exhausted essence. The attacks of the blood crows only lasted for 5 minutes. However, the density of the attacks was too high. Everyone was exhausted. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, the blood crow king let out a drawn-out cry. Under the red moon in the distant sky, a large group of black dots heard the cry and flew over densely. After a while, more than 10,000 blood crows gathered in the sky. It was a black mass, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he looked at the sky. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "We have to kill that blood crow king. Otherwise it will not end. Everyone will be exhausted to death by it, Yun Kursen said indifferently, "After this wave of attacks, I will deal with it. Every time it summons a blood crow, its strength will decrease." The group did not have much time before the attacks of the blood crows arrived again. This time, Zhang Lai did not use the everlasting startling cloud. He infused his saber intent into his saber chi. His saber danced around continuously. Each saber chi would quickly kill a blood crow. Xiao Qin and the other two did their best to kill the blood crows. The rest of the group used their scabbards to block. Occasionally, when someone was in danger, Mu Hong would immediately rush forward and use his body to block the blood crow's attacks. For a while, there were no openings. As time passed, the corpses of the blood crows piled up densely on the ground. "I can't take it anymore. This group of little things is too troublesome." Gao Xiang suddenly roared angrily and drew the huge saber in his hand. "I'll smack you all to death!" Shua. Under the horrifying huge saber, the hundreds of blood crows circling above Gao Xiang's head were all struck. They were chopped in half at the waist, and blood sprayed out like rain. When Gao Xiang saw all this, he laughed loudly. "They are just insignificant rank for demonic beasts. Why are you all so afraid? I can kill them all by myself." When Xiao Qin turned his head and saw all this, he was greatly astonished. He wished he could chop this fellow to death with his saber. The expression on Yun Kursen's calm face changed greatly. She shouted loudly, "Leave quickly!" ZZ. The blood crows that were chopped in half did not have the suppression of electricity on their wounds. The black aura sizzled continuously. Boom! The 100-odd blood crows' corpses exploded in the air, creating an intense shockwave. Gao Xiang was the first to be blasted away. He vomited 6 mouthfuls of blood in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 243. In the end, Yun Kursen's words were too slow. Before the others could react, they were instantly blasted away as well. More than 100 blood crows exploded at the same time. The might of the explosion was equivalent to the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial king. Almost no one could escape unscathed. After the explosion, aside from Xiao Chun, Zhang Lai, and Yun Kursen, who were further away and barely managed to dodge, only Mu Hong did not seem to be in a serious condition. The remaining people had all lost the ability to continue fighting. They lay on the ground in pain. It was difficult for them to even stand up. As for the main culprit, Gao Xiang, he had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This was the horror of the blood crows. A martial grandmaster could easily kill a lone blood crow. Even if they were injured by its explosion, they would not suffer any serious injuries. However, once there were many of these demonic beasts and they exploded together, even a martial king would find it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, these blood crows would not explode for no reason. They would only explode before they died. Otherwise, if these tens of thousands of blood crows exploded together, even a martial king would not be able to survive. Even if a martial king came, he would be blasted to smithereens. Of course, martial kings could already fly, so it was relatively easy for them to dodge. The 6 of them had already lost all their combat prowess. However, the blood crows above them continued to attack. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, she said, "Xiao Qin, Zhang Lai, there is no need to hold back. Kill this batch first." With the help of the rank 6 white cloud pill, Zhang Lai's essence had already recovered to its peak state. When he heard Yun Kursen's words, he immediately did as she said. Xiao Chun brought out his small perfection saber intent and infused it into the aura of the Ling Yun's saber technique. He shouted and executed the 16th move, Everlasting Startling Cloud. Explode! Countless strands of saber chi shot out in all directions in the air. The horrifying scene appeared once again. In an instant, thousands of blood crows did not have the time to explode. The saber chi pierced through their bodies and turned them into pools of blood. A large amount of blood rain fell from the sky. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and soared into the air with a schwa sound. This time, Xiao Qin did not hold back. The essence in his body flowed endlessly into the saber through his meridians. The pure, lightning-attributed energy contained in the saber qi moved as fast as lightning. As the berserk saber qi swept across, it swept through the blood crow corpses. By the time Xiao Qin landed, the number of dead blood crows on the ground was no less than Zhang Li's everlasting startling cloud. Heavenly note explosion. Yun Kursen shouted, and the slender saber in her hand trembled continuously. At first, the trembling sound was almost inaudible, but it slowly grew louder. Eventually, it was like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens. One by one, the blood crows fell from the sky. But if you cut open their wings, you would find that every blood crow's heart had been shattered into pieces. He died of a broken heart. What a horrifying killing move. Xiao Qin thought to himself in astonishment. If this move was used against human cultivators, it would be equally effective. It used sound waves to attack the heart, making it hard for people to defend against it. The three of them executed their best moves and killed tens of thousands of blood crows in an instant. The blood crow king above them did not give up and started to summon again. Yun Kursen took advantage of this moment to take out a map and handed it to Xiao Qin. She said, "There is a forest on the map. Bring them there. I will lure away this blood crow king and meet up with you later." Xiao Qin was not in a rush to receive the map. He looked at the calm Yun Kursen and said, "I will lure away this blood crow king. I have a 70% chance of killing it. I will meet up with you after that. I know you can kill the blood crow king. However, you cannot lure it away." Yun Kursen directly stuffed the map into Xiao Qin's hands. Only the purest blood of virgins can make these blood crows go crazy. Indeed, even if they could kill the blood crow king, it did not mean that they could lure it away. If they could not lure away the blood crow king and had to fight here, it would be hard to guarantee the lives of the other 6. He did not expect Yun Kursen to have such a kind heart despite her cold exterior. When he figured out what was going on, Xiao Qin could not help but feel surprised. Xiao Qin kept the map and said sincerely, "In that case, be careful. Remember to meet up with us." Yun Kursen nodded and said, "When I was out on experiential training, I met this kind of demonic beast before. I am very familiar with its habits. I will be fine. I'll be leaving first." Pusiai. After Yun Kursen spoke, she placed her left hand on the sharp saber and pushed off the ground. Her petite figure leaped high into the air. The saber made a sound and cut open her left palm, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood in the air. Amidst the heavy stench of blood, the trail of blood that Yun Kursen left behind seemed to have a special, magical power. Crunch! Crunch! The remaining blood crows in the sky immediately went berserk. They flew frantically towards the source of the blood. Even the blood crow king stopped summoning. It flapped its wings and kicked up a strong wind. It left a scarlet trail in the air as it chased after Yun Kursen. The densely packed blood crows all flew away, and the scarlet moon reappeared above everyone's heads. Everyone was temporarily out of danger. Xiao Qin took out the blood replenishing pill and gave one to everyone who was injured. The blood replenishing pill was very effective in treating internal injuries. Furthermore, the effects of the medicinal pill were very fast. Xiao Qin had specially refined it for use in battle. Although the rank of the medicinal pill was not high, it was more than enough for a martial king. After these people consumed the medicinal pill, they would be able to recover their basic mobility in a short period of time. After the medicinal pills were distributed, Xiao Qin looked at the unconscious Gao Xiang. Anger immediately rose in his heart. If it were not for this fellow acting like a retard, everyone would not be injured. Yun Kursen would not have to take such a risk. Given the current situation, they would not be in such a passive position. Based on Yun Kursen's tone, this strange space was filled with danger. Every step was filled with danger. The blood crows were probably just the appetizer. The later parts would be even more dangerous. Only by being steady and sure, maintaining sufficient strength at all times, would they be able to walk to the end. Xiao Qin collected his thoughts. Although he did not like this person, he was, after all, a companion. He could not just abandon him. He said to Mu Heng, "Carry this fellow, you will carry him." Mu Heng said in dissatisfaction, "I am not carrying him. I feel unhappy just looking at him. There is no way I can carry him." "If you are not carrying him, who will?" Before Xiao Qin could say anything, Zhang Lai spoke up. He smiled and said, "I exhausted too much of my essence earlier. The others are all injured. Xiao Qin is the vice captain. Aside from you, who else can lead the way? Furthermore, you are the strongest." Mu Heng was helpless. He could not find a reason to refute, so he could only agree to this difficult task. Xiao Qin did not say anything more. He called the injured people to treat their injuries quickly. Then he took out the map and looked at it carefully. The map was very detailed. It included the entire space. Xiao Qin first found the location of the group. Then he started to search for the forest that Yun Kursen mentioned. The Black Forest occupied a large area on the map. It was about half of the map. Behind the forest was a mountain range. There was a palace built on a cliff. It was specially marked with a red. Xiao Qin looked at the map and muttered, "Looks like the final destination is this palace. However, to get to the palace, we have to go through this forest. Let's go to the forest first. Hopefully, Yun Kursen can return safely." After putting away the map, Xiao Qin got everyone to get up. After they found the right direction, they rushed towards the forest at full speed. After they walked for a long distance, a strange black chi suddenly rose up from the ground where they were earlier. The black chi slowly gathered and eventually formed a human figure. It was a man with an extremely pale complexion. He looked in the direction that Yun Kursen left in and stuck out his tongue greedily. He smiled sinisterly. "I have not smelled such a fragrant virgin blood in a long time. No wonder even the blood crows that I reared are disobedient." At the same time, the same thing happened to the other teams. Every team was attacked by a large group of blood crows. Murong Chong shouted, and his figure flashed in the air, dodging a red arrow of blood that the Blood Crow King spat out. With the aid of a flying martial technique, Murong Chong could fly freely in the air. Every time he dodged, the intense speed created a piercing sonic boom in the air. Pu Ci! Murong Chong casually swung his saber and chopped dozens of blood crows flying over in half. The Blood Crow King knew how terrifying Murong Chong was. It controlled the blood crows to harass Murong Chong continuously. This created a lot of obstacles for him and prevented him from making a move. Chapter 244. This is never-ending. Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong lost his patience with the unceasing flight of blood crows. He executed one of Qingyun Peak's 7 great secret techniques, Peerless Lunar Shadow. 2 crescent moons appeared in front of Murong Chong. The crescent moons formed a cross in the air and streaked across silently. In the next moment, countless drops of blood appeared, dyeing the 2 crescent moons scarlet. The densely packed blood crows in the surroundings fell down like rain. The 2 scarlet crescent moons flew back with a schwa sound, one in front and one behind. They sandwiched Murong Chong's body in the middle, forming a true full moon. Hu Qi. The instant the crescent moons merged, Murong Chong's body flashed in the air. Blood spurted out from the center of the Blood Crow King's huge body, splitting it in half. Murong Chong's grave and stern figure appeared behind the Blood Crow King. He held a blood-stained demonic core in his hand. Behind him, a scarlet full moon slowly rose, dyeing the sky scarlet. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Murong Chong stood upright while holding his saber. He looked strangely beautiful. The Blood Crow King's corpse fell from the sky with a piu-tong sound. The remaining blood crows immediately scattered. The other disciples on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. He is already very close to a peak consummation mysterious phenomenon. Murong Chong is indeed worthy of being the top core disciple on the Wind Cloud list. I'm afraid a regular inferior grade Martial King would not be a match for him. A Bachin Peak core disciple on the ground sighed as he looked at Murong Chong in the air. Another person beside him added, "That is indeed so. The greatest advantage a Martial King has over a Martial Saint is the ability to fly. Murong Chong grasps a flying martial technique. This advantage is useless against him. He would even be able to hold his own against a medial grade Martial King. Don't be envious. He is not on the same level as us. Among the younger generation of the great Qi nation, his strength is firmly within the top 10. We can only fight for the top 10 spots in the Shiha province." The full moon slowly disappeared and Murong Chong landed on the ground expressionlessly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the other 9 people. Immediately, everyone felt a trace of pressure and stopped their discussions. A Qianduan Peak disciple walked over to Murong Chong and asked, "Senior Brother Murong, are you all right?" Murong Chong sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "It is just a peak rank for a demonic beast. What can happen to it? Where do we go next?" The man took 2 steps forward and asked with a puzzled expression. Bang! When this person was only 1 step away from Murong Chong suddenly attacked at lightning speed. His palm struck this person's chest. That person's body trembled violently as a black shadow drilled out of his body. The black figure revealed himself, revealing an extremely pale face. Suddenly, he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his already pale face became even paler. The black figure looked at Murong Chong incredulously. "How did you discover me?" Murong Chong said indifferently, "In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no core disciple has ever dared to get within 3 steps of me." "Puchi!" The black figure vomited another mouthful of blood and looked at Murong Chong in horror. Then he quickly turned around and fled into the distance. He was as fast as lightning, and in an instant he had moved 1,000 meters. Murong Chong watched as the black figure fled, but he did not give chase. After a while, the black figure, who was still fleeing, suddenly exploded into pieces. A core disciple revealed a horrified expression. He asked, "What is this? How can it enter our bodies?" "Shadow demon," Murong Chong said indifferently. "The deep abyss demonic world, a subsidiary race of the blood demons of the 9 royal clans. It can only enter the bodies of dead people. Just be careful." "What about Senior Brother Chung?" That person pointed to the Qianduan Peak core disciple lying on the ground and asked with a trembling voice. Murong Chong turned around and said indifferently, "Dead." The moment Murong Chong spoke, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they felt the aura of death so close. Some people rejoiced, some people were worried. Not all the teams were as lucky as Murong Chong and Yun Kursen. They did not have many casualties. In the sky, a huge blood crow carried the corpses of 10 Heavenly Saber Pavilion Corps disciples. A shadow demon was on its head. He muttered to himself, 10 fresh corpses. Master will definitely be happy. On another battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of the blood crows. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. The huge body of the Blood Crow King lay on the ground, torn to pieces. Not far away from the Blood Crow King, there was a person inspecting the shadow demon's corpse. The other 9 people were all emitting a dense killing chi. Some were cleaning their sabers, some were meditating, and some were looking around at the scenery. Everyone seemed to be very casual. A man in black walked over to the shadow demon's side. He said to the person inspecting the corpse, "Senior Brother Lu, can we set off now?" This team was the elite team of 10, led by Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled at the person behind him. Big Brother Pang, there is no need to be anxious. This is our first time meeting a shadow demon. It is better to study it first. Lu Ria slowly walked over and said worriedly, I suspect that the moment we entered this subspace, the blood demon general already sensed us. I believe that every team met with an ambush. Lu Chen's handsome face did not reveal any astonishment. He said, This subspace is the incarnation of the blood demon general. There is no need to guess. Everyone must have been attacked. Lu Riyue frowned slightly. You do not seem worried at all. The blood crows are not ordinary rank 4 demonic beasts. Furthermore, there is the shadow demon controlling them. Lu Chen muttered to himself for a while before slowly taking out a piece of metal from the shadow demon's heart. The piece of metal was covered in black incantations. A black aura lingered around it. Lu Chen did not reply to Lu Riyue's question. He revealed a surprised smile and said, Interesting, so this is how the blood demons control their subordinates. Lu Chen put away the piece of metal and stood up. He said, Senior Sister Riyue, your disciple has the divine flame talisman you gave him. He will be fine. The others are meant to be cannon fodder. There is no need to worry. When Lu Chen said this, his expression was incomparably calm. It was as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. The hundreds of core disciples were like ants in his eyes. Originally, it was only a few dozen kilometers before they could reach the forest. However, Xiao Chen and the others had to walk for half a day before they arrived at the entrance of the forest with great difficulty. Everyone finally understood what Yun Kursen meant when she said they could not exhaust their essence at any time. Along the way, they bumped into a group of demonic beasts every 10 minutes. These demonic beasts were at least rank 5, which was equivalent to a peak martial saint. Furthermore, in this strange space, the strength of the demonic beasts were at least 1 or 2 times stronger than in the Tianwu continent. It was very troublesome to deal with them. However, these were not the most important things. The most troublesome thing was that there were 6 injured people who had just regained their mobility. For the sake of taking care of these injured people, Xiao Qin and the other 2 nearly died along the way. Mu Heng tossed Gao Xiang, who was on his back, to the ground. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, We finally arrived at this lousy forest. I really do not want to carry this rotten person anymore. Yi Qin, thank you. The 6 injured people said in embarrassment. Along the way, the 6 of them could be said to be a burden. They knew this in their hearts. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. We are all from the same sect. Now we are companions. There is no need to thank us for helping each other. To Xiao Chen, there was indeed no need to thank them. Although he was not a good person, he would not abandon this group of people if it was within his capabilities. Looking at Zhang Lai, who was recovering his essence, Xiao Chen did not disturb him. He said to Mu Heng, You keep an eye on them first. I'll go check out the forest first. Mu Heng nodded. Go on then. Be careful. There was no one walking in the dark forest. There were all sorts of shrubs and weeds everywhere. There was not a single complete path. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out. Then he looked around carefully. As his cultivation of the purple thunder divine incantation deepened, Xiao Chen had gained some insight into the usage of his spiritual sense. In an instant, Xiao Chen saw everything within 1,000 meters. There was not a single demonic beast within 1,000 meters. He could not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no movement in the air at all. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and jumped down from a tree. He muttered, Strange, why is it so quiet? Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen decided to take a look personally. There were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel them. Xiao Chen's figure turned into a flood dragon, tearing through the water-like air. Xiao Chen charged through the forest, swinging the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Strands of saber chi shattered the shrubs in front of him, forcibly carving out a path. Xiao Qin did not care about the commotion he caused. He paced back and forth in the quiet forest. However, there was no reaction from any demonic beasts. Xiao Qin stopped and looked at his surroundings again. Like before, there was no movement at all. Never mind, I'll leave it as it is. It is good that there are no demonic beasts. The others should recover their combat prowess after resting for a night. After making up his mind, Xiao Qin executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance of the forest. Seeing Xiao Qin walk out of the forest, Zhang Lai, who had already recovered most of his essence, got up and asked, "How is it? What's the situation in there?" Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "It is a little strange. I did not see any demonic beasts. It is too quiet. Everyone, be careful when you enter." Zhang Lai smiled and said, "It is good that it is quiet. I am here to kill demons. In the end, I did not even see any demons. Now, when I see demonic beasts, I get a headache." Under Xiao Chen's lead, the group was led into the forest. After they settled down, they anxiously treated their injuries. After a long time, according to real time, it was already midnight. However, in this strange space, the scarlet full moon hung in the sky. Chapter 245. The sky was always gloomy. They were not used to it. After running around for an entire day, the injured group fell asleep early in the morning. Xiao Qin and the others did not dare to sleep. They found some wood and started a bonfire, chatting from time to time. The flickering light of the fire shone on the faces of the three. Zhang Lai looked at the red full moon in the distance and suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the moon is a little brighter than when we arrived?" When Xiao Qin and Mu Heng heard this, they looked up. Indeed, the moon that was initially scarlet was now scarlet. The scarlet light looked very frightening. Mu Heng withdrew his gaze and curled his lips. He said indifferently, "Whether the moon is red or not, what does it have to do with you? How boring." Zhang Lai smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Isn't this boring? Give me a demon to practice with. It would be better than sitting here doing nothing." However, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the scarlet moon in the sky. This was the first time he looked at the scarlet moon so clearly. He finally felt something strange about it. That scarlet moon seemed to have a life of its own. However, it was too far away. This feeling was too vague. Xiao Qin did not dare to be sure. "Sha! Sha!" Suddenly, a soft sound entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his gaze. "There's a situation. The two of you don't leave first. I'll go take a look." By the time Mu Heng and Zhang Lai heard Xiao Chen's words, he had already disappeared without a trace. Zhang Lai sighed. "It is getting harder to see through him. His speed is probably not much slower than your Big Dipper transposition." Mu Heng shook his head. "The difference is that this is a movement technique. Strictly speaking, the 7-star transposition cannot be considered a movement technique. It should be a martial technique. Hence, I cannot compare to him." In a few breaths of time, Xiao Qin arrived at the place where the sound came from. He saw a familiar white figure. It was Yun Kursen. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Blood Crow King was no threat to her. He gently leaped in front of Yun Kursen. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Kursen's body fell towards him. Slightly startled, Xiao Qin quickly supported Yun Kursen. He discovered a ghastly wound on her back. It was a long line of blood, dyeing her white clothes red. Yun Kursen had already fainted. Xiao Chen had no choice but to carry her and rush back. When Zhang Lai saw the unconscious Yun Kursen, he said in astonishment, "Yun Kursen is actually so severely injured. A peak rank for a demonic beast should not be able to deal with her like this." Everyone had seen Yun Kursen's strength for themselves. Furthermore, what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Even Xiao Qin did not dare say that he could defeat Yun Kursen. If it was a demonic beast that Yun Kursen could not deal with, then Xiao Qin would not have any advantage. Mu Heng muttered, "What should we do now? Aside from her, none of us know the details of the mission. Don't tell me we are trapped here?" Xiao Chen was currently treating Yun Kursen's wounds. When he heard this question, he felt a headache coming on. He had promised Lu Tianyu that he would find an opportunity to kill the blood demon general. He could not accomplish that if he was trapped here. Xiao Chen crushed the blood replenishing pill and slowly rubbed it on Yun Kursen's wounds. Then he took out another blood replenishing pill and was about to place it in Yun Kursen's mouth. Suddenly, Yun Kursen, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, moved. She opened her eyes and said weakly, "Thank you." Seeing that she had woken up, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "You should treat your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." After 4 hours, Yun Kursen stopped circulating her energy. Her face regained some color. Without waiting for the others to ask, she said, "After I killed the Blood Crow King, I was sneak attacked by a demon." A strange light flashed in Zhang Lai's eyes. He quickly asked, "What happened to that demon?" "I killed him." After Yun Kursen spoke, she took out the corpse of a shadow demon from her universe ring. This is a shadow demon, a subordinate race of the blood demons of the first layer of the demonic world. Following that, Yun Kursen introduced the combat characteristics of the shadow demons to the others. After answering some of Zhang Lai's questions about the demons, Yun Kursen took the map from Xiao Chen's hands. She pointed to the foot of the mountain behind the forest and said, "We will do it tomorrow night. We have to pass through the forest and coordinate with the other teams at the foot of the mountain." Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Senior Sister Yin, how did you get this map? Could it be that someone else entered this subspace before us?" Yun Kursen put away the map and said indifferently, "From the reincarnation, well, we can see the situation in this subspace. However, we can only see the outline of it. We are not sure what kind of demonic beasts there are in this forest." The night passed silently. When the sky brightened the next day, it was only the same as the sky on the surface. In this subspace, the sky was always scarlet. It made people's sense of time very blurry. After resting for a night, everyone's injuries had mostly recovered with the help of the blood replenishing pill. Gao Xiang had just opened his eyes when he saw Yun Kursen looking at him expressionlessly. He was startled and muttered, "Senior Sister Yin, Yun Kursen interrupted him and said coldly, "If there's a next time, I will kill you personally." At this moment, the others also got up. When they saw this scene, they did not feel any pity for Gao Xiang. If it were not for Gao Xiang's rashness yesterday, they would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Qin stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He said to Yun Kursen, "I'll go scout ahead. You all wait here for a while." Yun Kursen stopped him, "Don't go out alone. Let's move together. This forest is very strange. It is better for everyone to be together." That seemed to make sense. If they met with any sudden incidents, Xiao Qin might not be able to deal with it alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin did not argue further. Under Yun Kursen's lead, everyone carefully made their way through the dark forest. After recovering their combat prowess, they moved very quickly. In an hour, they reached the end of the path that Xiao Qin opened yesterday. Xiao Qin drew his lunar shadow saber and sent out a few strands of saber chi. Electric light flickered in the dark forest. The large patch of shrubs in front was immediately turned into dust by the saber chi. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect a few casual strands of saber chi from Xiao Qin to have such might. It was no weaker than a regular peak inferior grade martial saints. Xiao Qin said, "I reached this place yesterday. As for the situation in front, I am not sure." Yun Kursen nodded. This should be the boundary between the core region of the forest and the periphery. We cannot be careless. Xiao Qin continued to open the path. Rumble. The shrubs and thorns blocking the way were all crushed by Xiao Qin's saber chi. Just like that, Xiao Qin forcefully opened up a path for everyone. After walking for another 5 kilometers, they still did not meet with any danger. Zhang Lai and the others could not help but relax. However, Yun Kursen's expression became increasingly grave. Be careful, don't be careless. Otherwise, you might lose your life at any moment, Yun Kursen reminded when she saw that everyone had relaxed their guard. However, they did not meet with any danger along the way. They did not pay too much attention to Yun Kursen's words. They only raised their guard slightly. Pu Ci. After walking for a few more kilometers, just as everyone's guard was at its lowest, countless scarlet tree branches tore through the air like sharp swords, flying at them at an extremely fast speed. Yun Kursen, who had been maintaining her guard, immediately drew her saber. The tree branches flying at her were chopped in half with a cassier sound and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. 2 of them were pierced through the heart by the glowing red tree branches and died on the spot. The instant the tree branches appeared, Xiao Qian extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a black figure flash behind a tree 500 meters away. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Qin focused his gaze on the crowd. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and drew an arc in the air. A purple saber chi blocked most of the surrounding tree branches with a schwa sound. Yun Kursen was not slow either. Her saber trembled in the air, and the tree branches flying at her seemed to be pulled down by a formless force. They fell to the ground with a hualala sound. Xiao Qian was no stranger to these strange tree branches. He moved closer to Yun Kursen and said, "There are tree spirits in this forest. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them." "I know," Yun Kursen said calmly. "We have to find the location of the tree spirits. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them." The tree spirits were plant-type demonic beasts that were hard to deal with. They hid in the forest. If they did not attack, there was no way to distinguish them from ordinary trees. Gao Xiang revealed an anxious expression. "Damn it! There's no way to find the tree spirits. We're going to be trapped here until we die." Bang! Xiao Qin suddenly made his move. A dazzling saber light condensed on the snow-white saber. With a loud boom, he chopped a tree at the side in half. "Yi Qin, what are you doing?" Zhang Lai asked suspiciously. Xiao Qin did not stop moving. In an instant, he chopped 4 or 5 trees on both sides in half. As Xiao Qin chopped down more and more trees, the originally confused crowd finally understood why Xiao Qin was doing this. Since they could not find the tree spirits, then they would chop down all the surrounding trees. Eventually, they would meet a hidden tree spirit. After a while, all the trees around them were chopped down. However, they still did not meet any tree spirits. However, their field of vision had broadened significantly. When Gao Xiang saw the situation, he could not help but want to go over and help. However, he was not in a rush this time. He first asked for Yun Kursen's opinion. Yun Kursen thought for a while and nodded in agreement to Gao Xiang's method. Gao Xiang was not weak. Furthermore, his martial techniques were more suitable for fighting with the tree spirits. After he discovered the tree spirits, he would be able to use Qianduan Peak's ferocious martial techniques to kill the tree spirits in one move. "Who?" Gao Xiang pulled out the huge saber from his back and revealed an excited expression. He stomped on the ground and shouted loudly. Then he landed beside a tree. The huge saber carried a huge force as it hacked at the tree trunk. Bang! There was a loud sound. Strangely, the tree was not chopped down by Gao Xiang. Chapter 246. Gao Xiang had a surprised expression on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, just as he was feeling suspicious, a human face suddenly appeared on the tree trunk. It opened its huge mouth and cried out in pain. The tree shook violently. 2 branches hung down and lifted Gao Xiang up like hands, sending him into the huge mouth. Gao Xiang had no time to react. His body struggled violently in the air, crying out loudly. However, there was no place for him to push himself off, so he was fearless. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he felt it was funny. He had chopped down at least 100 trees, and had yet to meet a tree spirit. The moment Gao Xiang made a move, he found a tree spirit. He did not know if his luck was good or bad. Lightning evasion! Xiao Chen shouted, and a bolt of lightning flashed beside Gao Xiang. Xiao Chen's figure appeared. The lunar shadow saber flashed with a cold light as it chopped down on the 2 branches that were grabbing Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang immediately landed on the ground with a furious expression on his face. A fiery red glow burned on his huge saber as he hacked at the huge mouth of the tree spirit. Hu Qi! 2 branches suddenly extended from the ground and grabbed Gao Xiang, who was not paying attention. They lifted him back into the air. Boom! The surging saber light deviated and hacked at another tree. That tree instantly turned into a ball of fire and burned to ashes. It was clear how horrifying the might of this saber was. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This person was a classic example of someone who had combat prowess but lacked intelligence. Pooh! A scarlet branch shot out from the huge mouth of the tree spirit. It pierced through the air and gave off a sonic boom. It instantly arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had experienced this move before. Back then, in gloomy forest, he could only flee. However, at this moment, it was not worth mentioning. Drawing the saber, there was a flash of cold light. The branch that was flying at supersonic speed was chopped in half by Xiao Chen. It was fast, but Xiao Chen was faster. Flight on wings, 1-line chop. Break for me. The light on the snow-white saber was withdrawn. Xiao Chen's figure moved quickly in the air. The few tree branches that tried to grab him all missed. Xiao Chen brushed past the tree spirit. A moment later, the tree spirit exploded and split into 2, turning back into an ordinary tree. The tree spirit died, and the branches on the ground that were grabbing onto Gao Xiang also fell down. Gao Xiang removed the 2 branches that were wrapped around his ankles and felt extremely depressed. However, when he saw that Xiao Chen was still making his move, he had no choice but to pull himself together and stand up. Next, the 2 of them used the same method to chop down the surrounding trees one by one, finding the tree spirits hidden in the middle one by one. After that experience, Gao Xiang had learned his lesson. Before he attacked, he would pay attention to the branches on the ground and in the air. Only when he got close would he attack with his full strength. Fire-attributed essence was the nemesis of the tree spirits. Furthermore, with the ferocious martial techniques of Qinduan Peak, Gao Xiang could easily kill a tree spirit. As for Xiao Chen, it was even easier. His figure disappeared without a trace in the air. The tree spirit's branches could not catch him at all. When he got close, he chopped them in half. Although the tree spirits were hard to deal with, they were only peak rank for demonic beasts. If they were not very secretive, they would not have much of an advantage against a martial saint. With the addition of Yun Kursin and the others, after 4 hours, all the surrounding tree spirits were pulled out and eliminated one by one. A Gongyu Peak disciple looked at the 2 disciples who had died first. His expression was somewhat grave. How unfortunate, Junior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Lu. Their deaths were not worth it. Indeed, their deaths were not worth it. If they had not let their guard down, they could have avoided the sudden attack of the tree spirit. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After resting for a while and recovering their essence, the group continued on their way. This time, no one dared to disobey Yun Kursin's words. They maintained their guard at all times. After all, there was already a living example. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. He muttered to himself, "Strange. Why has that black figure not appeared yet? Never mind, it will appear eventually. I just have to keep an eye out for it." Shao Chen thought to himself as he withdrew his spiritual sense. The instant he withdrew his spiritual sense, a clump of black smoke appeared on the ground. A person with a pale face slowly appeared. The black figure muttered, "What a strong perception! I was nearly discovered. I have to be more careful later. Otherwise, I will not be able to complete Master's mission. Big brother, it is just a few human martial saints. Is there a need for us to be so vigilant?" Another 9 clumps of black smoke appeared on the ground. A shadow demon could not help but ask. A trace of anger flashed on the pale face of the shadow demon that wanted to appear the most. He scolded, "Shut up! I already said not to make a move before they meet the scarlet demonic snake. You still dare to disobey my orders and control the tree spirit to make a move." A horrifying killing chi was emitted from this person. The shadow demon that spoke could not help but tremble. He did not dare to say anything more. In the dark forest, 10 shadow fiends appeared respectfully in front of a man in blood-red clothes. However, when one looked carefully, it was not a scarlet shirt. It was clearly a layer of squirming blood. His face and body were very blurry. The scarlet-clothed man said in a hoarse voice, "I remember I said to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. I only left for a while. Who made that decision?" One of the shadow demons could not help but feel fear. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Master, I acted blindly without thinking. I wanted to capture them all and offer them to Master. It has nothing to do with Big Brother." The scarlet-clothed man said, "Never mind. Give me the 2 corpses. You can only make a move when you reach the scarlet demonic snake. Those people are not ordinary humans. If you are not confident, do not show yourself. Remember, in this space, for every single one of you who dies, the Lord Devil General's strength will be weakened. Your lives are for the Lord Devil General, not for yourselves." The shadow demon kneeling on the ground felt like he had been pardoned. He said continuously, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. These are their corpses. After we dug them out, we used a secret technique to preserve them. They are absolutely fresh." The scarlet-clothed man laughed a few times and pointed at the corpses. After a while, the blood from the corpses spurted out and returned to the scarlet-clothed man's body. A burst of red light flashed continuously, and the blood on the surface of the man in blood-red clothes kept surging. The man in blood-red clothes kept gurgling. After a while, the 2 corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. The scene was very strange. The 2 cultivators who were originally Heavenly Saber Pavilion Corps disciples looked at the scarlet-clothed man. Their eyes were unfocused as they trembled and said, "Master, pretty good material. It is worth it for me to spend some effort to modify you." The scarlet-clothed man laughed strangely. He stretched out his hand and shot out 2 scarlet blood pearls at the 2 corpses. Blood demon secret technique. Little heavenly demon transformation. The scarlet blood pearls instantly merged into the 2's foreheads. The originally pale faces of the 2 turned lustrous at a visible rate. The color in their eyes became denser and denser. The wounds on their bodies healed up, and they looked no different from a normal person. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at the scarlet-clothed man. "Master, what instructions do you have?" The scarlet-clothed man waved his hand and said to the leader of the shadow demons, "I will temporarily hand over the control of these 2 blood corpses to you. You have to bring back all of those people, especially the girl in white clothes and the man with purple light. Their corpses must be complete. They cannot be missing limbs. It would be best if they could be captured alive." "Yes, I promise to complete Master's instructions." After Shao Chen and the others dealt with the tree spirits, they got closer to the core area of the forest. Finally, they met with the obstruction of demonic beasts. However, with the help of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, everyone was able to prepare in advance. It was daunting, but not dangerous. Gao Xiang used his saber to take out a rank 5 demonic core. He revealed a satisfied expression as he smiled. Even if we cannot kill the demons, these demonic cores are enough to break even. There should be no problem exchanging them for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic beast would be good. The value of a demonic core was no less than a spirit core. It might even be slightly higher. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the demonic core, the greater the difference in value between it and a spirit core of the same rank. A complete rank 5 demonic core was worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic core was worth 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A rank 6 demonic core would be worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As for a peak rank 6 demonic core, its value would skyrocket to a horrifying level. It would require 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, along the way, the group only met early rank 5 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a medial grade martial saint. There were also a few rank 5 medial grade demonic beasts. However, they did not meet any peak rank 5 demonic beasts. Mu Hung cursed. You really jinxed it. A peak rank 5 demonic beast is equivalent to an inferior grade martial king. In this space, its strength would increase explosively. At the very least, it would be equal to a medial grade martial king. If we really meet one, it would be a problem if we can escape unscathed. You want to kill it? You must be tired of living. Gao Xiang put away the demonic core and smiled embarrassedly. I was just joking. We will not really meet one. If we do, my huge saber is not to be trifled with. Along the way, they met all sorts of demonic beasts. Finally, Gao Xiang had a place to display his strength. It had to be said that the might of Qianduan Peak's martial techniques were extremely ferocious. When Gao Xiang, who was a medial grade martial saint, attacked at full power, even a medial grade 5 demonic beast would find it difficult to deal with. If an early rank 5 demonic beast was struck by him, it would be severely injured. Xiao Chen's desperate fighting style changed everyone's impression of him. They were no longer as bad as before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored the two of them bickering. He had gained a lot as well. He had personally killed an early rank 5 demonic beast. He had personally killed 20 early rank 5 demonic beasts and 1 medial grade 5 demonic beast. If all of them were exchanged for spirit stones, he would get 2,000 or 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Seeing Yun Kursen standing guard at the side, Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, "Senior Sister Yin, are you not going to take some demonic cores?" Yun Kursen said indifferently, "A rank 5 demonic core cannot be exchanged for many spirit stones. You can split it among yourselves. There is no need to care about me." Chapter 247. Everyone blushed with shame. This was already a few thousand inferior grade spirit stones. Yet Yun Kursen did not care about it at all. This was very strange. After they cleaned up the battlefield, Xiao Qin continued to scout ahead. Now, everyone knew that Xiao Qin had a martial technique with outstanding perception, so they were at ease with him scouting ahead. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. His originally calm face revealed a grave expression. Yun Kursen saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. She asked, "What's wrong? Is there a demonic beast blocking the way?" Xiao Chen nodded silently and smiled bitterly. The jinx came true. There is a demonic beast in front. Based on its aura, it is at least a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might even be an early rank 6 demonic beast. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Gao Xiang with a murderous gaze. Zhang Lai said unhappily. Your chance to shine is here. Go and kill it. We will wait for your good news. Gao Xiang said embarrassedly. I was really just saying it casually. You can't blame me for this. Yun Kursen's expression did not change. She asked calmly, Can you see what demonic beast it is? Can we go around it? Xiao Qin shook his head. I can't see what demonic beast it is. I only know that it is a huge snake. Its aura covers a large area. If we want to go around it without alerting it, we will need at least a day. Due to the aura of some demonic beasts being too strong, they would cause their spiritual sense to be blurry. So, Xiao Qin could not see what demonic beast it was. Yun Kursen thought for 10 seconds and quickly made a decision. Since we cannot go around it, then let's fight it. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Xiang, and Yi Qin follow me. The rest of you, wait here for further orders. Of the 8 of them, the 5 of them were the strongest. The other 3 were slightly weaker. If they met a peak rank 5 or rank 6 demonic beast, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Sometimes a large number of people wouldn't be able to produce a big advantage, and they might even become a burden. The 3 of them understood Yun Kursen's intentions. They were not unhappy and stayed where they were. Under Yun Kursen's lead, the 5 of them carefully made their way towards the unknown demonic beast. As they got closer, the aura and pressure of a peak rank 5 demonic beast became more obvious. Even breathing was somewhat difficult. Gao Xiang said with an unsightly expression, This might not be a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might be an early rank 6 demonic beast. It's impossible for a rank 5 demonic beast's aura to be so terrifying. It's suffocating. Zhang Lai smiled faintly and said, In that case, what do you think we should do? If you are timid, no one will care about you. Gao Xiang argued, When did I say I was afraid? I was just stating a fact. Before the battle started, the 2 of them started arguing. Yun Kursen frowned and said in a cold voice, All of you shut up. The battle has not started yet, and you are already arguing. You are messing things up. Are you tired of living? Yun Kursen's words had always been effective. After she spoke, Zhang Lai and Gao Xiang immediately shut up. They only glared at each other. Yi Qin, what do you think our chances of victory are? Yun Kursen turned her head and asked Xiao Qin, who was leading the way. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, If it is a peak rank 5 demonic beast, we have a 50% chance of victory. If it is an early rank 6 demonic beast, we only have a 40% chance of victory. Actually, Xiao Qin did not say anything. If they included the sneak attacks from the shadows and the darkness, their chances of victory would be even lower. A look of worry flashed on Yun Kursen's delicate face. She muttered, I hope it is only a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly started to tremble. The 4 of them quickly circulated their qi to stabilize their bodies. They were extremely focused. Kassier! Kassier! The sound of trees breaking resounded in everyone's ears. Unfortunately, they could clearly feel a huge creature quickly approaching them. Yun Kursen said calmly, Danger, retreat! Everyone executed their movement techniques and retreated in the forest. Hu Qi, a black shadow, smashed at the slowest person, Mu Heng. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He shouted and executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared at the top of a tree. Bang! There was a loud sound. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared in the flat ground. It was 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. As for its depth, it was impossible to see with one's eyes. Mu Heng took in a deep breath of cold air. If this had struck him, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Taking advantage of this, everyone saw the demonic beast's body clearly. It was a black snake more than 200 meters tall. The scales on its body flickered with a cold, black light. Its upper body was upright. Its scarlet eyes were like two bright lanterns in the dark night sky. It opened its huge mouth and flicked its red tongue in and out continuously. When it stood upright, it was more than 100 meters tall. It was taller than the trees in the forest. In front of it, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, Xiao Chun was startled. He muttered, "This is a scarlet-crowned snake. That's not right. It has not grown a crown yet. It is still immature. Even so, after it turned into a demonic beast, it has the strength of an early rank 6 demonic beast." When the scarlet demonic snake saw Mu Heng suddenly disappear, it was clearly enraged. Its scarlet eyes swept across the ground and saw Gao Xiang, who was holding an eye-catching huge saber. "Damn it! Stop staring at me!" When Gao Xiang felt the scarlet demonic snake's gaze, he said gloomily and quickly retreated. "Who?" The scarlet demonic snake's huge body shot up from the ground. Its speed was not slow at all. It opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow the retreating Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang was startled. He did not expect the scarlet demonic snake's speed to be so horrifying. When the huge mouth approached, Xiao Chen did a roll and dodged to the side. However, before Gao Xiang could relax, the scarlet demonic snake's red tongue shot out and lashed out at him. Lone Peak fatal blow. At the critical moment, Zhang Lai executed the 15th move of the Ling Yun saber technique. The saber light that filled the sky turned into a huge mountain. It descended from the sky and pressed down on the scarlet demonic snake's body. Chi! Chi! The scarlet demonic snake felt pain and withdrew its long snake. With a flip, it spat out a black flame at Zhang Lai. The black flame dragged a long tail as it moved around in the air. Everywhere it passed, even the air was burned into nothingness. The mountain immediately melted. The mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken. Zhang Lai vomited a large mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale as he fell from the sky. Gao Xiang stopped retreating. He did not expect that Zhang Lai, who had been bickering with him, would save him at the most critical moment. Seeing Zhang Lai injured, Gao Xiang roared angrily, "Damn beast! I'll fight it out with you." 3,000 blazing flames covered the sun, pouring into the saber. Heavenly flame clouds. In the crimson sky, 3,000 flaming clouds burned in the sky. Suddenly it looked boundless. Even the clouds covered the sun, and the raging flames reflected the entire forest red. The unending flaming clouds gathered in the air and formed a huge flaming whirlpool. With a so sound, it merged into Gao Xiang's huge saber. Boom! In that instant, Zhang Lai's body burned with a red flame. He looked like a flaming giant. The long saber, wrapped in flames, swung forward ferociously. The red flame was like a roaring flood dragon. The horrifying temperature melted all the trees within 100 meters. It rushed towards the scarlet demonic snake's head. The scarlet demonic snake's red eyes flickered continuously. It opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at the flame Zhang Lai sent out. Bang! 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 The red flame and black flame clashed in the air. A huge energy exploded in the air, creating a surging shockwave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere the shockwave passed, the ground was scorched. The two flames started to burn in the air. However, not long after, the black flame suddenly increased in size. It immediately shattered the red flame Zhang Lai sent out and continued to roar at him. Zhang Lai did not dare to be careless, but he did not retreat. He sent out flames continuously from his huge saber. After a few breaths, he finally managed to block the flames the scarlet demonic snake spat out. Swift horizontal saber. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to spit out another mouthful of black flame, Mu Heng, who was standing on the top of the tree, suddenly made his move. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He was like a steed flashing in the air. His entire body turned into a treasured saber, giving off a dazzling light. Bang! Mu Heng's palm turned into a saber and chopped down on the scarlet, demonic snake's head. This was a saber that could split mountains. He chopped down without holding anything back. There was a muffled sound. The scarlet, demonic snake's upright body was actually chopped down by this saber. However, that was all. This saber still did not manage to break through the scarlet, demonic snake's skin. The instant the scarlet, demonic snake landed on the ground, its huge tail gave off a thunderous sound as it tore through the air and swept at Mu Heng. Mu Heng, who was in the air, had no place to borrow strength from. Just as the scarlet, demonic snake was about to strike him, his figure strangely disappeared in the air again. Pu Ci. The huge snake tail gave off another thunderous sound in the air. Soon it sensed Mu Heng's figure. With a schwa sound, it swept at him again. Its speed was much faster than before. Mu Heng's expression turned grave as he executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure flashed 7 times in the air. Every time his figure flashed in the air, the huge tail would follow closely behind. Each time, it would be faster and more dangerous than the one before. Swirling peaks scatter clouds. Zhang Lai, who had swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-returning pill, stood up once again with his saber in hand. His eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. He stood up once again. The peak small perfection saber, intent infused into the Lingyun saber technique, turned into a lone peak. It created a boundless strong wind as it smashed towards the scarlet demonic snake. Mu Heng gained a chance to catch his breath. His figure flashed in the air again, and he finally managed to dodge the scarlet demonic snake's tail that he could not avoid. The rolling cloud-crushing mountain infused with the small perfection saber, intent crashed into the scarlet demonic snake's body. This time, it finally broke through the scarlet demonic snake's tough scales. The strong wind was like a saber, causing black blood to spurt out in the air and cover the entire forest. The heavenly flames connected to the clouds, and a huge flaming whirlpool formed in the air once again. Chapter 248. Holding his saber horizontally, Mu Heng, who had recovered for a while, gave off a resplendent purple light. He turned into a treasured saber and attacked again. When the 3 of them met this early rank 6 demonic beast, they did not dare to make any probing attacks. They all brought out their full essence, sending out all sorts of powerful moves. The 3 of them did not care about their essence and attacked with all their might. The horrifying rank 6 demonic beast, the scarlet demonic snake, was unable to take them down in a short period of time. The aftershocks of the intense battle spread throughout the forest. Flames rushed to the sky, shock waves surged, and there were thunderous booms. Due to the shock waves of the battle, rows of tall and broad trees within a radius of 1,000 meters were directly burned to ashes. Deep pits appeared continuously on the ground, shaking and trembling nonstop. Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen were not in a rush to make a move. They continued to gather their auras and place their fingers on the saber hilt. Xiao Chen placed his finger on the hilt of his saber and stared at the battlefield, prepared to deal a fatal blow at any moment. The 2 of them knew that although Mu Heng and the other 2 looked like they were locked in a stalemate with the scarlet demonic snake, the scarlet demonic snake was not injured at all. When the 3 of them exhausted their essence, the situation would turn around. Hence, the 2 of them were waiting for the best opportunity. When they made their move, they would decide the situation with one saber strike. The 3 people who remained in the forest looked at the fiery light and the surging shock waves of the battlefield. They were all shocked and horrified. What a horrifying battle! Could they have met with a rank 6 demonic beast? A Gongyu Peak female disciple said worriedly. Another person's face was filled with worry as well. He continued, that should be it. Yun Kursen is already strong enough to fight against a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Adding in the others, they should have a 50% chance of killing it. Only a rank 6 demonic beast would cause such a huge commotion. The remaining persons said, "An early rank 6 demonic beast is already as strong as a medial grade Martial King. I wonder if Yun Kursen and the others can handle it. I hope they can, right? Otherwise, with our strength, it will be very difficult to leave this place. If we leave this forest, only death awaits us." The female disciple of the Gongyu Peak thought for a moment before saying, "Should we go and take a look? If anything happens, we can go and help." The person next to him laughed and said, "Don't be silly. If it's an ordinary rank 5 demonic beast, it's naturally easier with more people. But it's a peak rank 5 demonic beast and a rank 6 demonic beast. We'll only cause more trouble if we go. Let's wait for their good news." Everyone stopped talking and began to wait anxiously. This was a battle that would decide their own fate. Senior Bai. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the three of them. It was a female disciple from Gongyu Peak. Puzzled, he turned around and saw that his 2 companions, who had died earlier, were standing there with a smile. "Junior brother Wang, senior brother Liu, didn't you 2 die?" The 3 of them were puzzled. The 2 of them walked a few steps closer and explained, "We were lucky. We don't know what happened, but we suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. The soil you buried was a little loose, so we climbed out on our own. By the way, where are senior sister Yin and the others?" The 2 of them asked with puzzled expressions. This scene was incredibly strange. People who were clearly dead suddenly appeared before the 3 of them. This made them feel suspicious. They did not know what was going on. The 3 of them exchanged glances and communicated silently. Then they started to ask the 2 of them some questions. In the end, the 2 of them answered fluently without any hesitation. This continued for a long time before the 3 of them believed that the 2 of them were still the same people. The female disciple from Gongyu Peak revealed a joyful expression. She said, "That's great. The 2 of you are not dead. Senior sister Yun and the others are in front. PUCI." Before this female disciple could finish speaking, a short saber appeared on her chest. The smile on her face froze, and a life vanished just like that. "Junior brother Wang, what are you doing?" another person exclaimed as he walked forward. However, before he could take a few steps, another person stabbed him in the back and pierced his heart. Before the last person could react, 4 shadow demons appeared behind him at the same time. Each of them executed a move, silently ending this person's life. Who? With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons burrowed into the 3 corpses. They stretched their limbs and smiled. Humans are really stupid creatures. When the leader of the shadow demons saw the scene of the battle, he said, "No wonder Master wanted us to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. These people are too strong. Indeed, I'm afraid the scarlet demonic snake will not be able to deal with them. However, with these corpses, it should be much easier to deal with them." Bang! Gao Xiang's huge saber covered in boundless flames struck the scarlet demonic snake's tail violently. There was an explosive sound, and Gao Xiang vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back. Gao Xiang fell to the ground and revealed a pained expression. He wanted to stand up, but he could no longer do so. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, was helpless as well. He sat cross-legged where he was. When his mysterious phenomenon was broken, he suffered many injuries. After that, he forced himself to continue fighting, adding injuries to his injuries. He was the first of the 3 to lose his ability to fight. 7 stars transposition, shifting stars. Mu Heng shouted and drew a circle in the air with his left hand. A strange ball of air formed in front of him and repelled the black flames that the scarlet demonic snake spat at him. The scarlet demonic snake could not dodge in time. The horrifying black flames burned its body, causing its huge body to roll on the ground. After Mu Heng made this move, the purple light on his body completely vanished. His complexion was incomparably pale, and blood, leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Attack! Shao Qin and Yun Kursin exchanged glances. They did not hesitate, and the aura that they had been gathering for a long time instantly soared into the sky. Heavenly music roar, piercing the heavens! Yun Kursin shouted and immediately drew her saber from its scabbard. The slender saber trembled continuously, giving off a drawn-out sound. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The sound was like thunder unending. Finally, it gathered together and formed a heavenly sound that could break the heavens. The saber pointed at the scarlet demonic snake that had just gotten rid of the black flames. A sound wave like saber chi descended from the sky and entered the scarlet demonic snake's body. Bang! 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 A muffled thunder-like sound came from the scarlet demonic snake's huge body. Its huge body bounced up and down from the explosions, causing the ground to tremble nonstop. Mu Heng and the other two, who had exhausted their essence, staggered on the ground. They only managed to stabilize themselves after much difficulty. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens rode twisting around peak. Shao Qin pushed off the ground gently, and his figure flashed into the air, rising higher and higher. In the sky, the layers of white clouds suddenly rolled and surged. Shao Qin appeared indistinctly within the white clouds. Dang! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the churning white clouds. All the white clouds scattered in an instant. Shao Qin's body moved in an arc in the air. As Shao Qin slid down the arc, a mountain peak slowly appeared from the top to the bottom. Clouds and mist lingered on the mountain peak. There were birds, beasts, flowers, trees, pavilions, and everything else. It was like a real mountain peak had appeared above everyone's heads. Zhang Lai, who was on the ground, looked at the mysterious phenomenon that Shao Qin executed. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he muttered, "There are mountains and clouds." However, this is not the true state of mountains and clouds. Clouds need to be accompanied by thunder. Mountains need to be accompanied by flowers, birds, and trees. Not a single one can be missing. 9 heavens, soaring clouds, rode twisting around peak. So this is the true 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique. Shua! Just as Zhang Lai was exclaiming in surprise, the Great Perfection Mountain peak suddenly disappeared and merged into Shao Qin's body. In that instant, Shao Qin's aura suddenly changed. It had the grandeur of a mountain and the faintness of clouds. This saber strike also became very strange. Zhang Lai was stunned for a long time. Suddenly he said excitedly, "Road twisting around peak, road twisting around peak." How laughable! How laughable! I thought I understood it. I did not expect that I was still tricked in the end. The scarlet, demonic snake on the ground, who was in unbearable pain, felt a dangerous aura. It endured the pain in its body as it swung its huge tail in the air. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out in the air as the giant tail swung horizontally. The shock waves from the explosions drained the essence of the 3 people on the ground. They could not retaliate at all. Their chi and blood surged, and they vomited another large mouthful of blood. Bang! The saber and the snake tail clashed in the air. A shock wave immediately exploded, creating a visible shock wave that spread out in all directions like water. Shao Qin's body was like a mountain. Under the huge force of the scarlet demonic snake, he did not move at all. He did not show any signs of moving back. Under the huge force, the chi and blood in his body surged. Shao Qin did his best to circulate his essence. His heart was not in a mess. The mysterious phenomenon that had already merged into his body was unleashed through the saber. Pusiai! A bloody wound appeared on the scarlet demonic snake's huge tail. Its huge body was actually knocked into the air by this saber strike, infused with the state of mountain. Black blood dripped down like rain. Shao Qin's essence trembled, and the corrosive black blood was blocked outside his body. Rumble. The huge, scarlet demonic snake was like a sandbag. After it flew far away, it landed heavily on the ground and rolled for a long time. Its mountain-like body caused the ground to tremble continuously. So, Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen did not stop moving. They did not want to let go of this opportunity. The scarlet demonic snake's recovery ability and life force were very shocking. They could not give it too much time to recover. The scarlet demonic snake had already received countless attacks from Mu Hong and the other two. However, it did not suffer any serious injuries. Now that the two of them managed to sneak attack it, it was severely injured. Naturally, they had to grab hold of this opportunity and not give it a chance to make a comeback. The two of them instantly rushed to the scarlet demonic snake side and used all sorts of martial techniques to attack it. Every saber strike from Xiao Qin left a deep wound on the scarlet demonic snake's body, causing it unbearable pain. However, when Yun Kursen's slender saber struck the scarlet demonic snake, she could only leave a shallow mark. Her saber seemed to be a superior grade, profound, ranked spirit weapon. It could not break through the scarlet demonic snake's defense. Chapter 249. Xiao Chen found an opening and took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring. He tossed it to Yun Kursen and said, "Use my saber first." Yun Kursen nodded her thanks and caught the roaming dragon saber. The instant her right hand grasped the saber hilt, a ripple appeared on her previously calm face. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a heaven-ranked spirit weapon." Yun Kursen's stable mental state actually wavered for a moment. She suspected that Xiao Qin had tossed the wrong spirit weapon. Unexpectedly, he casually tossed out a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Bang! A strong wind blew and a dangerous aura arrived. Yun Kursen suddenly recovered her wits. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, dodging the scarlet demonic snake swing. The scarlet demonic snake, which had recovered from the two fatal strikes, was thoroughly enraged by the endless attacks of the two. Its 100-meter-tall upper body stood upright and its huge tail spun around in the air. Unexpectedly, it actually grew longer. In the end, the tail grew longer and sharper. The sharp tail tore through the air and gave off ear-piercing sonic booms. It stabbed at Xiao Qin continuously. It was as fast as lightning, startling Xiao Qin and causing him to quickly retreat. Bang! 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 There was a loud sound where Xiao Qin was standing earlier. A bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Qin retreated continuously. That all-like tail chased after him relentlessly. Bottomless holes appeared on the ground. The speed of the snake tail increased every time. Xiao Qin did not even have the chance to turn around. While the snake tail attacked Xiao Qin, the scarlet demonic snake did not stop opening its mouth. Streams of horrifying black flames flew towards Yun Kursen. However, Yun Kursen's situation was slightly better than Xiao Chen's. She had obtained the inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, the roaming dragon saber. Even if she could not dodge the black flames, she could still knock them away with a full-powered strike. Whoa! There was a dragon roar, and Yun Kursen suddenly stopped dodging while holding the roaming dragon saber. The cold saber suddenly lit up with a boundless brilliance. There seemed to be a swimming dragon circling around the saber in the brilliance. Bang! The saber light chopped the black flames in half. Yun Kursen did not hesitate to charge at the scarlet demonic snake. Under the huge body of the scarlet demonic snake, Yun Kursen's body was like that of a baby. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Yun Kursen rushing at it, a cruel light flashed in its green eyes. The huge mouth stopped swallowing the black flames and swallowed it. Yun Kursen, Dragon Kursen. Yun Kursen nimbly dodged and easily dodged. It was like she had eyes on the back of her head. She swung her saber, and the sharp saber blade chopped the long red tongue in half. Tianling to Xiao Xiao Tian Hiyun, Xiao Sovereign Chen Tian Kuan Yin, Star is Yang, and Xiao Qin Kuan Yu in Dragon. Flight on wings, horizontal slash. The light on the snow-white lunar shadow saber was withdrawn, and a cold light flashed. With a schwa sound, it chopped off the scarlet demonic snake's 3-meter-long tail. After they landed, Yun Kursen's and Xiao Chen's gazes met. The two of them smiled at each other. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They knew that this scarlet demonic snake was already an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. It was time to launch its final counterattack. Even if it was an early rank 6 demonic beast, after being struck by the 2-peak Earth ranked martial techniques, it would suffer from severe internal injuries, coupled with the relentless attacks from before. Every strike of his blade had drawn blood. It was not a joke. The scarlet demonic snake's continuous and terrifying attacks were actually the scarlet demonic snake's final attack. If the two of them could persevere, the scarlet demonic snake would definitely lose. It was only a matter of time. If the scarlet demonic snake could not endure this ferocious attack, it would obtain the final victory. The remaining 3 were no longer a threat to it. Bang! 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 Xiao Chan brandished his saber and brought out the Lingyun's saber technique's state of mountain to its limits. He was as stable as Mount Tai, blocking all the scarlet demonic snake's attacks. This created opportunities for Yun Kursen, who was wielding a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, to attack. One was in charge of defense, and the other was in charge of offense. They worked very well together. The scales of the battlefield started to tilt in favor of Xiao Chen and the others. The signs of the scarlet demonic snake's defeat became increasingly obvious. Senior Brother Mu, Senior Brother Zhang, are you all right? The 3 heavenly saber pavilion disciples controlled by the shadow demons suddenly walked over. They had nervous expressions as they headed for Gao Xiang and the others. Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there? We saw that the commotion here was too big and were worried about you, so we rushed over." The female disciple from the Gongyu Peak helped Gao Xiang up from the ground. "What's the situation now?" Gao Xiang thanked her and said, "It's about time. The scarlet demonic snake is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yi Chen and Yun Kursen should be ending their battle soon." Pusi, the opportunity that Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen had been searching for crossed paths in the air. 2 resplendent saber lights lit up in the air, and a large amount of black blood spurted out. The scarlet demonic snake's huge body was struck by the 2 of them at the same time. It was instantly split in half. Heavenly melody burst. Yun Kursen shouted and pointed the roaming dragon saber in her hand into the air. A formless saber chi infused into the scarlet demonic snake's broken body. Bang! 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 The sound wave infused into the scarlet demonic snake's upper body exploded. The upper half of its body, which was more than 100 meters long, was blasted beyond recognition. It was covered in blood. It could not be more dead. Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and took out the scarlet demonic beast's rank 6 demonic core. She casually tossed it to Xiao Chen and said, "This is for you. I don't need it." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught it. He was in slight disbelief. A rank 6 demonic core that was worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Yun Kursen casually tossed it over as if it was just a worthless rock. Yun Kursen explained, "I do not lack spirit stones. You can just split it with them later. As for how to split it, you can decide." Xiao Chen was not a pretentious person. He nodded and thanked her before putting it away. Yun Kursen did not lack spirit stones. Actually, Xiao Chen did not lack spirit stones either. However, spirit stones were like banknotes in his previous life. The more, the better. Xiao Chen would not dislike having too many. The 2 of them each swallowed a medicinal pill and took out an inferior grade spirit stone. Then they sat down and adjusted themselves. They finally managed to kill the rank 6 demonic core in front of them without any mishaps. They relaxed slightly. After a while, the essence in the spirit stone was completely absorbed. The two of them stood up at the same time. With their current cultivation, one inferior grade spirit stone could only recover half of their peak essence. The two of them knew that they did not have enough time to recover. Hence, they did not intend to waste any more time recovering their essence. Seeing Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen stand up, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who were possessed by the shadow demon followed them. Zhang Lai and the other 2 had suffered significant internal injuries. After resting for a while, they were barely able to suppress their injuries. When Yun Kursen saw the other 3, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She vaguely gave Xiao Qin a look. Xiao Qin was mildly astonished. He scanned the 3 of them with his spiritual sense. After a while, he understood what was going on. "Why are the 3 of you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there?" Yun Kursen asked the 3 of them calmly. The female disciple from Gongyu Peak replied, "The commotion from the battle was too big. We were worried, so we rushed over." Yun Kursen did not continue to pursue the matter. She said, "Never mind, there is no danger now. However, we cannot continue on our way. Let's go back and rest first." The 3 of them did not suspect anything. They turned around and headed back the way they came. Pusiai, Xiao Qin, and Yun Kursen attacked at the same time. The roaming dragon saber in Yun Kursen's hand flashed with a cold light in the air. She stabbed the chest of a shadow demon from behind. Xiao Qin's figure flashed in the air. He punched a shadow demon with a heavy force. The 2 of them continued, one saber and one fist, striking the final shadow demon. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 3 shadow demons did not even have time to react before they were struck. Mu Heng and the other 2 looked at each other, not knowing what happened. "Senior Sister Yin and Yi Qin, what are you doing?" Yun Kursen did not reply. She said indifferently, "You will understand in a while." The 3 people on the ground let out pained cries. Zhang Lai and the others watched in astonishment as black smoke came out from their bodies. The 3 shadow demons had pained expressions on their faces as they fell to the ground. Clearly, they were severely injured. Hu Qi, seeing that their companions' identities were exposed, the other shadow demons stopped hiding and came out from the ground. 7 pale shadow demons suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 3 shadow demons did not hesitate to charge at Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others. The remaining 4 surrounded Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen. The 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, who had already turned into blood corpses, also slowly appeared. They charged at Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen. The battle had just ended. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength when they were in danger again. This was especially so for Mu Heng and the other 2. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength. Under the attacks of the 3 shadow demons, they were in danger. Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen's situation was not very optimistic either. The 2 of them had to deal with 2 shadow demons and a blood corpse, respectively. Furthermore, they had only recovered half of their strength. They could not find the time to help Mu Heng and the others. The attacks of the shadow demons were very strange. They were different from the martial techniques of the Tianwu continent. They relied on their instincts to attack. They were very direct and did not have any fancy moves. They were like demonic beasts that stood upright. However, if that was all, it would not be a problem for Xiao Qin. The most troublesome thing was that their movement techniques were very strange. There were no traces to be found. Sometimes, when Xiao Qin clearly struck with his saber, he would discover that he only struck a clump of formless black smoke. If he could strike them, Xiao Qin was confident that he could kill them in one strike. Unfortunately, they were everywhere in the sky, on the ground, and in all directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. It was very troublesome. There was also the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had been turned into blood corpses. Not only did their strength increase by 20%, they did not feel any pain when they struck them. They continued to attack you. I can't conserve my strength anymore. Otherwise, even if I can escape, Mu Hong and the others will die here. Xiao Qin thought quickly. Chapter 250. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen circulated the dragon and tiger body, sculpting art as he fought. Instantly, all the bones in his body started to crackle. A layer of golden light slowly appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the tiger and dragon slowly formed. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped his move and did not dodge the attack of a shadow demon. When the shadow demon saw that Xiao Chen's movements suddenly slowed down, it thought that his essence could not keep up and an opening appeared. A sinister smile appeared on its face, and its 5 sharp fingers quickly stabbed forward. Kang Chong! The sharp fingers immediately tore through Xiao Chen's clothes. However, when they made contact with his flesh, they gave off a metallic sound and were unable to advance any further. How can this be? The shadow demon thought it was very strange. Although this attack did not pierce into Xiao Chen's heart, it shook his heart, affecting his internal organs. Xiao Chen endured the feeling of his qi and blood surging. Xiao Chen suddenly shouted, and the image of a tiger and dragon flew out from his body. The tiger and dragon roared, and in an instant his entire body was filled with a horrifying force. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. There was a tiger's roar. Before the shadow demon could retreat, its head was crushed by Xiao Chen's horrifying punch of 6,000 kilograms of force. It was dead. Seeing the remaining shadow demon and blood corpse rushing over to save the situation, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun twice. A surging and pure lightning-attributed essence flowed through his meridians and into the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. A resplendent purple light flickered in the dark forest. It was very dazzling. Drawing the saber. This was the first time Xiao Chen infused the pure state of thunder into the rushing thunder saber technique. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared endlessly. It was like a huge army galloping. Xiao Chen's original attribute was the lightning attribute. After he advanced to martial saint, the essence in his body had completely turned into the purest, lightning-attributed essence. In such a state, when Xiao Chen used the rushing thunder saber technique, the strength he could bring out was even stronger than the Lingyun saber technique, which required the state of mountains and the state of clouds. 3 bolts of lightning tore through the night sky and gathered on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air, and the other shadow demon was instantly chopped in half. The essence containing the state of thunder still flickered in the wound, not disappearing even after a long time. Arclight slash. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. Thunder roared in the sky again. Xiao Chen's saber moved in an arc in the air, chopping the fleeing blood corpse in half. It could not resist at all. Soaring heaven slash. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and pointed his lunar shadow saber at the sky. Then he soared into the sky. There was nothing fancy about it, but it carried an indomitable and boundless aura. Qi, qi, qi. Xiao Chen's body was like a bolt of lightning flashing in the air. With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons surrounding Mu Hong and the others were pierced through, dying in that instant. Xiao Chen's body paused in the air, and the unceasing rumbling of thunder suddenly stopped. It was like the calm before the storm. It was extremely quiet in an instant. Rushing thunder chop! Xiao Chen shouted. He held his saber with both hands and chopped down at the blood corpse surrounding Yun Kursen. Pu Si. A resplendent saber light tore through the water-like air and appeared above the blood corpse's head. In the next moment, the intense electric light on the saber light exploded. There was a clap of thunder that was even more intense than any of the previous ones. With a schwa sound, the blood corpse was chopped in half by this horrifying saber strike. Then the electric light blasted it into nothing. The rushing thunder, second chain chop, the energy accumulated from the 4 moves of the rushing thunder saber technique was unleashed without any restraint. The shadow demon that Xiao Qin struck did not even have the chance to cry out miserably. The shadow demon that was struck by Xiao Qin was immediately chopped into a pool of blood. The remaining shadow demon was horrified. It decisively gave up on attacking Yun Kursen. Its body turned into a clump of black smoke and quickly flew backward. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and snorted coldly as he watched the fleeing shadow demon. A boundless purple flame started to burn in Xiao Chen's right eye. With one glance, it looked like a sea of flames. The blazing flames started to slowly gather together. Finally, they gathered into a clump and formed a strange purple flame in Xiao Chen's right eye. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! The strange purple flame formed a purple arrow in the air. It was like a shooting star, silently catching up to the shadow demon that had already fled 1,000 meters away. Explode! A horrifying explosion came from the distance. The purple flame suddenly flashed, and the origin of lightning in the flame blossomed. Countless arcs of electricity filled the entire space. Aside from Yun Kursen, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this. They did not dare believe this was real. Xiao Qin stood still and withdrew his hand. He had already expected the rushing thunder saber technique to be very strong after it grasped the state of thunder. However, he was still shocked at its might. He believed that if he completely grasped this saber technique, aside from some peak late-stage martial saints, no one within the martial saint realm would be his match. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin turned his head and discovered Gao Xiang clutching his chest. He was lying on the ground in pain. His lips were black and he was trembling nonstop. These were the symptoms of being poisoned. Xiao Qin quickly walked over and asked Zhang Lai, "What's going on with him?" Zhang Lai had an extremely sad expression on his face. His voice trembled as he explained what happened to Xiao Qin. It turned out that when the shadow demon suddenly attacked, Gao Xiang, who was the slowest among the 3 of them, had yet to recover from his injuries. As a result, he was immediately stabbed in the chest by the sharp fingers of a shadow demon. Originally, the wound was not very deep. At first, Gao Xiang did not pay much attention to it. He often went out for experiential training and had encountered many similar wounds. With the physique of a cultivator, this was not a fatal wound. However, he did not expect the shadow demon's attack to contain a slow-acting poison. By the time he reacted, the poison had already spread throughout his body, and he was unable to force it out. Mu Heng asked from the side, "Yi Qin, do you have a solution?" Xiao Qin shook his head. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there was a medicinal pill that could cure hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have the time to refine it. It was impossible for him to find a cultivation technique. Maybe Yun Kursen has a solution. This thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This feeling was very strange. It was purely a feeling of intuition. Yun Kursen had rushed over a long time ago. However, she was observing Gao Xiang's situation from the side. She did not say anything. At this moment, she felt Xiao Chen's gaze. She shook her head and said, "I do have a rank 6 detoxification pill. However, the poison has already permeated his bones and heart vessels. Unless someone from the medical sage clan comes personally, or an immortal grade holy herb that is at least 1,000 years old, there is no way to save him." When Gao Xiang heard this, his pained face slowly revealed a gentle expression. He smiled bitterly. "I started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the age of 16. Now I am 26 and am already a medial grade martial saint. I am not satisfied to die like this." It was like the final radiance of a setting sun. The pained expression on Gao Xiang's face suddenly vanished. His complexion started to turn rosy. He took off the bag on his back and handed it to Zhonglai. He muttered, "These are the demonic cores that I obtained along the way. I originally thought I could exchange them for some medial grade spirit stones after I got out and raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial saint. Now, I can only let you guys benefit from it. The path of a cultivator has always been rugged. Everyone who has taken this path should have expected such a day. My misfortune should serve as a reminder to all of you. No matter when you fight, you cannot be careless." After Gao Xiang spoke, his eyes revealed a look of determination. In the next moment, he circulated the last of his essence and shattered his heart, dying from it. Gao Xiang chose to end his own life. This was a somewhat tragic way of dying. Gao Xiang's death caused everyone to feel melancholy. While they felt pity and sorrow, they also thought of themselves. In the Tianwu continent, the strong were revered. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were like ants. If they wanted to kill them, they could do so at will. If they were unhappy, they could trample on your dignity. Under such cruel circumstances, every cultivator would use all sorts of methods to cultivate diligently in order to pursue the path of the strong. However, this path was too difficult. Aside from having to face all sorts of open and secret fights, they also had to be careful during experiential training to avoid dying in the hands of demonic beasts. Life was too fragile on this path. This mission was also a form of experiential training. However, in the end, before they even reached the halfway point, 6 people in the group had already lost their lives. Xiao Qin casually sent out a clump of purple thunder true fire and covered Gao Xiang's corpse. The corpse immediately started burning. Burying the corpse in the forest had already been proven to be a mistake. It would only be used by the enemy. Hence, no one felt that Xiao Chen's actions were inappropriate. When Yun Kursin saw Gao Xiang's burning corpse, an undetectable, complicated look flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. No one noticed it. After a while, Yun Kursin said calmly, "Rest for an hour. After that, we will continue on our way." Similar massacres were taking place in other places in the forest. Murong Chang's figure moved erratically in the air, creating a cool breeze. After a while, a saber light flashed, and a scarlet-clothed man was chopped into pieces. The blood demon's body, which could have merged back together, could no longer do so. It had turned into a corpse. Murong Chang's stern face was expressionless as he wiped off the blood on his saber. Then he sheathed his saber with a schwa sound. The blood demon's corpse on the ground exploded, turning into pools of blood that shot into the air. Behind Murong Chang, there were 2 members of the blood demon. Their lips had turned black and their expressions were unsightly as they fell to the ground. They had also been inflicted with the shadow demon's slow-acting poison. It had spread throughout their entire body. There was no way to save them. "Senior Brother Morong, do you have any way to save my junior brother? He is about to die," a Gongyu Peak disciple said anxiously. Murong Chong shook his head and did not say anything. He carefully put away the demon core that the blood demon left behind. Then he hugged his saber and sat to the side. He closed his eyes and recovered his strength. Chapter 251. The life of a cultivator was like that of an ant. If they were not strong, they could only be used as cannon fodder by others. Murong Chong thought to himself. Hence, aside from becoming strong, he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would end up like these people. On a cliff, in a majestic palace, on a blood-red throne. The blood demon general, who was wearing a scarlet cloak, held a golden wine cup in his hand. He sat expressionlessly on the throne. If one looked carefully, the blood demon general's appearance was not much different from that of a human youth. However, his scarlet eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent on his pale face, causing one to tremble in fear. Below the great hall, there were 12 tall pillars on both sides. 10 blood demons, wearing scarlet clothes, stood on both sides of the pillars. The blood demon general brought the golden wine cup to his lips and took a sip, leaving a scarlet mark on his lips. It turned out that this was not some fine wine. It was a cup of scarlet human blood. It was very likely that it was left behind by the captured disciples of the heavenly saber pavilion. The blood demon general wiped the blood off his lips and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said indifferently, "What delicious human blood! I have not tasted it in this space for more than 20 years. Dang! Dang!" Suddenly, a blood demon covered in blood walked over anxiously from the great hall. When he walked forward, he knelt before the throne. He said respectfully, "Lord Demon General, the shadow demons that we sent out have been completely annihilated. According to your instructions, I sent out all the blood demons in the palace 6 hours ago. Because Lord Demon General was in closed-door cultivation, I could only inform you now." The blood demon general revealed a faint smile. He placed the golden wine cup on the table beside the throne and said indifferently, "No matter, it is within my expectations. Dogs. I did not expect it to be of any use. Why bother being a projection? They are not even comparable to dogs. All the more I would not care. You may withdraw first. You have done well. As long as you can block that group of people for 1 day and wait for the ceremony to be over, everything else will be fine." The person kneeling on the ground quickly got up and left the great hall after thanking the blood demon general. The blood demon general picked up the wine cup again. There was a frightening light in his scarlet eyes. He drained the cup of blood in one gulp and said coldly, "1 day, I only need 1 day to turn the heavenly saber pavilion back into rubble." "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance." A cold, mocking voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Within the gloomy forest, Xiao Chen's group of 4 continued forward. The scarlet, demonic snake's territory in this forest was very large. Even after walking for an hour, they did not encounter any other demonic beasts. After walking out of the scarlet, demonic snake's territory, they once again encountered various kinds of demonic beasts. The weakest was a rank 5 primary demonic beast. Occasionally, they would encounter a rank 5 intermediate demonic beast. They even encountered a peak 5th order demonic beast. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the 6th order. Although everyone had a hard time fighting it, it could be considered daunting but not dangerous. Along the way, there were also the constant sneak attacks of various shadow demons, causing everyone to be exhausted from dealing with them. It could be said that every step they took was filled with killing intent, and every step they took was extremely dangerous. As they continued forward, they finally met the master of the shadow demon. It was a demonic person made of blood. Its ability to hide itself was even more horrifying than the shadow demons. Its attacks were even more strange and varied. The most important thing was that its body was a pile of liquid. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill it, even if one exploded its head or chopped it into pieces. There was nothing to fear. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's lightning-attributed essence could restrain it. His essence contained the state of thunder. After Xiao Chen injured it, the electric light lingered for a long time, preventing it from healing. Yun Kursen's heavenly melody saber technique was even more horrifying. When the sound wave entered the blood demon's body, it could instantly infuse every drop of blood in the blood demon's body, blasting it into nothing. Lone peak fatal blow. Zhang Lai shouted explosively, and a chain of saber strikes formed a mountain, instantly killing a shadow demon. After that, he extracted the demon core from its body with a schwa sound. "Senior Sister Yin, how much longer before we can get out?" Zhang Lai asked as he lay down on a tree after he finished what he was doing. His breathing was somewhat hurried. Along the way, there were endless battles. Aside from the various demonic beasts, they also had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the shadow demons and blood demons. Everyone was constantly on high alert. However, the path in the forest seemed endless. No matter how they walked, the scene in front of them was always the same: large patches of black trees. Even Zhang Lai, who comprehended saber intent and had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators, felt somewhat frustrated. Yun Kursin tossed an inferior-grade spirit stone to Mu Hung and Zhonglai. She said, "It will not be long. We are walking in a straight line. We should be able to get out by dusk." Yun Kursin seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of inferior-grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. After every battle, she would give everyone medicinal pills for treating injuries and recovering essence. If Yun Kursin exhausted too much essence, she would just give everyone inferior-grade spirit stones. If it were not for Yun Kursin's resources, even if they wanted to fight, they would not be able to. Mu Hing sat down cross-legged and smiled faintly. Just treat it as cultivation. After fighting continuously for a day, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 50%. I also made some breakthroughs in some martial techniques that I could not comprehend normally. The increase in my cultivation is even greater than cultivating in the back mountains for 3 months. Indeed, compared to bitter cultivation, one's cultivation would advance much faster when they went through life and death experiential training. However, there were pros and cons to both. Bitter cultivation was stable and did not endanger one's life. Experiential training could increase one's cultivation, but it was too dangerous. There were too many uncertainties. Overall, both were indispensable. Bitter cultivation and experiential training were not desirable. Only a reasonable arrangement of bitter cultivation and experience could allow one's cultivation to grow at the fastest speed. Pu Ci, Xiao Chen, who had gone out to scout, jumped down from a tree and said, "We can rest for a while. There are no demonic beasts in the surroundings. The closest group of demonic beasts is about 1,000 meters ahead. They are early rank 5 demonic wolves. If they were alone, they would be easy to deal with. Unfortunately, these demonic beasts live in packs. There are about 500 of them. We will have to fight a tough battle later." Yun Kursin muttered to herself, "Let's do it the same way. The 3 of us will be responsible for dealing with the demonic wolves. Yi Qin will hold the line and prevent the shadow demons and blood demons from sneak attacking us." After an hour, the group had already recovered their essence and started their journey. "Sweeping mountain destroys clouds," Zhonglai shouted, and a strong wind blew. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, and the continuous saber aura turned into a lone peak, charging at the pack of rank 5 demonic wolves on the ground. Horizontal saber stance, 7 stars transposition. Mu Hung was not willing to fall behind. A purple light burst out from his body, and he turned into a saber. His figure flickered continuously in the pack of wolves. With each rise and fall, his palm slashed through the air, and a wolf head would be sent flying. Within the pack of wolves, the huge wolf king stared at the group with its scarlet eyes as it howled ferociously. It was like they were in a formation. Every time it howled, the formation of the pack of wolves would change. After a while, under the command of the wolf king, Zhonglai and Mu Hung, who were advancing like a hot knife through butter, received an intense counterattack. As the pack of wolves advanced and retreated, they managed to block the attacks of the 2 of them. They retaliated without fear of death and even left some wounds on the 2 of them. Chi! Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom on the battlefield. A white figure moved in an arc in the air and landed in front of the Wolf King. The slender saber in Yun Kursin's hand trembled slightly. The huge body of the Wolf King was immediately knocked back. The formation of the pack of wolves immediately turned chaotic. After Yun Kursin delayed the Wolf King, the pressure on Zhonglai and Mu Hung decreased. Xiao Qin hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes. He spread his spiritual sense to every corner of the battlefield, especially the surroundings of Yun Kursin and the other 2. They were constantly on guard against the attacks of the demons. Compared to the demonic beasts, these cunning demons knew how to hide themselves. They were the greatest threat to the group. Shua. In the world of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, a figure that was different from the demonic wolves and humans appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A pool of blood quickly shot towards Yun Kursin from the ground. Shao Qin suddenly opened his eyes and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. Shao Qin drew his saber with a huangdang sound. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a light that was even more resplendent than the lightning. It was bright and dazzling. Pusi! A cold light flashed in the air, and the saber stabbed into the pool of blood on the ground. It was so fast that the lightning in the sky did not even have time to disappear. A miserable shriek came from the ground. The pool of blood on the ground turned into a human figure. It grabbed the lunar shadow saber, flickering with electricity with both hands as it roared ferociously. Despicable human! Sooner or later, I will eat up all your blood and marrow. I will let you experience the most painful torture in this world. Shao Chun smiled faintly and said softly, "Sorry, you no longer have this chance." Explode! The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the blood demon's chest, suddenly burst out with a horrifying electric light. Pili Pala! There were crackling sounds as the electric snakes danced around. The blood demon's body exploded into tiny blood droplets in the air before finally disappearing. Suddenly, 4 shadow demons flew over. They quickly launched themselves at Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were engaged in an intense battle. The timing of the shadow demons was very accurate. It happened to be when the 2 of them were surrounded by a pack of wolves and could not extricate themselves. A fierce flame started burning in Shao Chen's right eye. It condensed into a clump of purple lightning fire. The flame quickly elongated and turned into a sharp purple arrow. Pusi! The arrow was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, illuminating the dark forest. It moved faster than the speed of sound and silently pierced through the bodies of the 4 shadow demons. The shadow demons exploded and turned into a black rain of blood, covering the entire sky. In the palace on the cliff, the blood demon general on the throne could not help but be stunned when he heard the sudden mocking. Unexpectedly, someone managed to hide from his perception and sneak into the palace. Pusi! In the great hall, the 10 blood demons, standing on either side of the throne, all cried out miserably. Their bodies exploded and turned into a blood mist. Lu Chen, Lu Ruiyue, and the others slowly revealed themselves in the great hall. They released their auras, and their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the blood demon general on the throne. This was the dream demon that once brought disaster to the heavenly saber pavilion. When the blood demon general saw the 10 of them, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "I was wondering how high your cultivation was to be able to hide from my perception. It turns out you only used an aura-concealing talisman." Chapter 252. Is there no one else in the heavenly saber pavilion? Why did they send you all to die? Lu Qin said calmly, "You are just a projection. It is enough to kill you." The blood demon general's scarlet eyes revealed a cold light. He said indifferently, "Originally, I was a little worried about what kind of people the heavenly saber pavilion would send. It looks like I was worrying for nothing. Coincidentally, the ceremony requires some nourishment. Since you all delivered yourselves to me, I will not stand on ceremony." Boom! Right after the blood demon general spoke, a red light soared into the sky from his body. A horrifying, killing chi surged towards the crowd like a flood. His eyes were filled with a scene of purgatory. Countless aggrieved spirits cried out miserably. A horrifying illusion appeared before the crowd. In this strange space, it was hard to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Huangdang! Everyone drew their sabers at the same time. An orderly sound reverberated in the air. With a schwa sound, the illusion instantly vanished. In the forest, after Yun Kursin killed the Wolf King, the remaining demonic wolves were defeated. Under the attacks of the crowd, they fled in all directions. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng started to clean up the battlefield, extracting the demonic cores of the demonic wolves. Shao Chen continued to be on guard, preventing any more demons from launching sneak attacks. Boom! Just at this moment, a scarlet light soared into the sky under the bright red moon in the distant sky. A horrifying aura spread out from afar. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were cleaning up the battlefield, felt a chill and could not help but tremble. Mu Heng stopped what he was doing and looked at the scarlet light under the full moon. He muttered, "What is this? What a horrifying aura! Who is it?" Actually, everyone had a guess in their hearts. However, they did not dare to confirm it. They could not help but look at Yun Kursen. When Yun Kursen saw that scarlet light, a grave expression appeared on her calm face. When she felt everyone's gaze, she turned around and said slowly, "Your mission is already complete. If you have a divine flame talisman, you may leave now. If you do not, I can give you one." When Zhang Lai and Mu Heng heard this, they were stunned. Doubt filled their faces. They did not understand what was going on. "Senior Sister Yin, didn't you say we were going to meet up with the other teams through the forest? Indeed, we are almost at our destination. Why are we not leaving?" Yun Kursen's unexpected words caught the two of them off guard. They could not understand what was going on. The plan was to walk out of the forest, but why was the mission completed before they even got out? When Xiao Chen heard Yun Kursen suddenly say that the mission was completed, he was somewhat stunned. However, when he looked at the top of the mountain, he saw the red light soaring into the sky and the aura filling the entire space. After a while, Xiao Chen understood the crux of the matter. He looked at the sky with a calm face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Chen slowly got up and said to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai Gao, "After all, each of you has collected 10 demon cores. You have already completed half of the task. 100 medial grade spirit stones is guaranteed. There is also a large number of demonic cores. You have already gained quite a lot." After a pause, Xiao Qin continued, "There is an even more important harvest. After such an intense battle, Zhang Lai, after you go out and cultivate bitterly, your cultivation should be able to reach peak inferior grade martial saint. That should not be a problem." Xiao Chen looked at Mu Heng and said, "There is also Mu Heng. Although your cultivation realm will not increase by leaps and bounds, your strength will probably increase even more than Zhang Lai's." Zhang Lai thought for a long time. At this moment, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He revealed a complicated expression and said, "Yi Qin, that is not what I meant. Gao Xiang and the others." Xiao Chen's calm gaze suddenly gave off a sharp light. He said, "Experiential training is filled with danger in the first place. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go." Mu Heng looked deeply at the calm Yun Kursen and did not say anything. He took out the divine flame talisman from his bosom. After a while, his body slowly turned into a ball of fiery light and disappeared from this space. Zhang Lai was shocked by the sudden look in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not say anything more and took out the divine flame talisman as well. Then he turned into a ball of fiery light and slowly disappeared from this space. After the two of them left, the atmosphere between Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen slowly turned strange. Neither of them spoke. The forest was extremely quiet. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth began to shake. No, it wasn't the entire earth that was shaking, it was the entire space that was shaking. Trees collapsed one after another. Countless demonic beasts ran around in panic. The entire forest instantly turned chaotic. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was still incredibly quiet. The surrounding chaos did not affect the two of them at all. After a long time, Yun Kursen sighed gently and said, "Are you still not leaving? If you do not have a divine flame talisman, I can give you one." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "There is no need. Can I ask you a few questions?" Yun Kursen's calm face did not change at all. She nodded and said, "I knew you would blame me. I also know what you want to ask. I can tell you the answer." "That's right. From the very start, the Elders' Assembly did not intend for you people to complete the mission. The ones who completed the mission were Lu Chen's group. The main mission of our 10 teams was to attract the Blood Demon General's attention, so that he would send out all the blood demons from the palace. This would allow Lu Chen and the others to use the aura, concealing talisman, to sneak into the palace. Then they would be able to focus on fighting the Blood Demon General. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "I guess that. You misunderstood me. I do not blame you. I just wanted to ask you, how confident are Lu Chen and the others in killing the Blood Demon General?" Based on what Yun Kursen said, Xiao Qin had already guessed most of it. To put it simply, the Elders' Assembly wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to attract the firepower and create an opportunity for Lu Chen and the others. Zhang Lai could not understand why the Elders' Assembly did not make it clear in advance. Instead, they sent the others to die for no reason. That was why he was dissatisfied when he found out the answer. However, Xiao Chen did not dwell on this problem. It was a very simple logic. If the Elders' Assembly had told them in advance, not even half of them would have participated in the mission. Out of 100 people, less than half would participate in the mission. No one would be stupid enough to volunteer to be cannon fodder. Similarly, this matter could not be blamed on Yun Kursen. At the very least, she was not the one who initiated the mission. As a team leader, she had already done her duty. Every time there was a battle, Yun Kursen would charge to the front lines. When someone got injured, she would distribute spirit stones and medicinal pills to everyone. She did her best to ensure everyone's safety. That was why Xiao Chun used his strong mental energy to calm Zhang Lai down when his emotions were fluctuating. The strong preyed on the weak. Without sufficient strength, one was just a chess piece in the eyes of those in power. If one was strong enough to become a core disciple, they would naturally give one a divine flame talisman to ensure one's safety. Xiao Qin did not blame anyone, nor did he resent anyone. This matter only allowed him to see the nature of this world more clearly. Without sufficient strength, every step he took was filled with danger. So he had to become stronger, and stronger. Only then would he be able to grasp his own fate in his own hands. Right now, Xiao Qin was only concerned about whether Lu Qin and the others could kill the Blood Demon General. If they could kill him easily, then there would be no need for him to worry about the mission that Lu Tianyu gave him. He could just leave this place. If there was not a high chance of success, he would still make a trip. At the very least, he had to use the heaven-splitting saber technique that Lu Tianyu had hidden in the lunar shadow saber before leaving. When Yun Kursen saw Xiao Qin being so calm, she was somewhat surprised. She muttered to herself for a while before saying, "There is a 60% chance of success. Among Lu Chen's group, there are 7 people who have grasped the blood demon body disintegration technique. They can burn their life force and instantly increase their combat prowess. These 7 people did not intend to leave this place alive in the first place. They are the death-sworn soldiers of the divine saber camp. In a situation where there are no losses, they can increase their combat prowess by up to 10 times. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. Lu Riyue was among the 10. If Lu Riyue was among the 7, he could not just sit by and do nothing. "Sorry, I have to go first." The silver warship flew out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen quickly leaped onto it. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, "Actually, you don't have to blame yourself. You have already done very well." Right after he spoke, Xiao Chen piloted the silver warship and sped through the air towards the palace at the top of the cliff. It was like lightning disappearing in a flash. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Chen left. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She shook the roaming dragon's saber in her hand and muttered to herself, "Interesting. What is so urgent that he is even abandoning his heaven-ranked spirit weapon?" In the forest, Morong Chong looked at the red light soaring into the sky. He slowly stopped and thought for a long time. "Senior Brother Morong, why did you stop?" one of the team members asked, feeling confused. Morong Chong did not reply. He turned around and walked over to a severely injured core disciple. Then he slowly placed the divine flame talisman on his chest. After that, under the astonished gazes of the others, that person slowly turned into a clump of flames and disappeared from this space. After doing all this, Morong Chong took out another divine flame talisman. He said, "You all stay here. There is no need to advance any further. I only have one divine flame talisman left. I'll leave it to you to make your own arrangements." Morong Chong gently pushed off the ground. After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. His body moved through the air, creating intense sonic booms. He quickly flew towards the palace in front. "Senior brother Morong, don't go!" When the group of people saw Morong Chong leave behind a divine flame talisman and leave, they could not help but cry out in panic. For them to be able to travel so far with only 3 deaths, it could be said that it was all because of Morong Chong's ability. When Morong Chong left, everyone immediately panicked. The same scene happened in the other teams in the forest. When the core disciples who were leading the teams saw the red light soaring into the sky, they all stopped. However, what these people did was very different from what Morong Chong and Yun Kursen did. They directly used their divine flame talismans and left this space, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded core disciples. A strong wind blew past Xiao Chen's ears. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes fluttered continuously. Chapter 253. Xiao Chen had an anxious expression on his face as he activated the flying formation on the warship with all his might. He rushed towards the palace without caring about his essence consumption. Xiao Chen consoled himself. Elder Sister Riwa should not use the blood demon body disintegration technique. Otherwise, Lu Tianyu would not have let her enter this subspace. After all, she was Lu Tianyu's daughter. No matter how much of a bastard Lu Tianyu was, he would not joke around with his own daughter. However, Xiao Chen thought about it. Perhaps that old man had guessed that I was worried about Lu Riwa. That old man might have purposely used this method to force me to stay in the subspace and kill the blood demon general according to his rules. Given that old fox's character, he might really be able to do that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but increase the speed of the silver warship. Xiao Chen's speed was already very close to the speed of sound. The cold wind felt like knives when it blew on his face. This made Xiao Chen feel some pain. He had to use his essence to block it off. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, intense sonic booms came from behind Xiao Chen, exploding in the air. A figure quickly caught up and landed steadily on the stern of the ship. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. When he saw who it was, he said in surprise, "Morong Chong!" Morong Chong held his saber in his left hand and met Xiao Chen's gaze. He said mockingly, "Why are you in such a rush to die?" When Xiao Chen heard this, his face slowly sank. He said in a cold voice, "I have no time to waste with you. This is my warship. Please get off." Morong Chong looked like he had heard a joke. He had an extremely amused expression as he said, "Please get off? What if I don't want to? Then I can only chase you off." Morong Chong, who was at the stern, smiled coldly. "I want to see how capable you are to dare to make a move against me, your former senior brother. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations, clear wind chop." Xiao Chen did not reply. He shouted and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and clear wind chop at the same time. Suddenly, 9 cool winds blew in the sky. Xiao Chen's figure split into 9. Hu-chi! Amid the cool breeze, the snow-white lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand vanished. He withdrew all his killing chi and combined it with the 9 images. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Just as the saber light was about to strike Morong Chong, something strange happened. A cool breeze blew, and Morong Chong's body suddenly disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen remained calm. His spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out. scanning the area within 200 meters of him. In the haze, a black dot appeared on the lower right side of Xiao Qin, 100 meters away, and was captured by Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness. Found it merge. The 9 phantoms in the sky overlapped, and Xiao Chen's speed doubled. The friction in the air created a violent sonic boom. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple electric light, illuminating the scarlet sky. The saber tore through the air and hacked at the black dot at lightning speed. Whew! When the saber struck the air, it gave off a thunderous sound. However, aside from the cool breeze, there was no sign of Morong Chong. Xiao Qin frowned and felt suspicious in his heart. What's going on? Even if he hid himself in the cool breeze, he did not really turn into the air. If I can find the right position, I can still attack. Who? A cool breeze blew behind Xiao Qin. Morong Chong's unhurried voice could be heard. Little junior brother, don't look for the wrong place. I am here. The voice moved with the cool breeze and circled around Xiao Qin. After that, it reverberated in the surroundings. It made it impossible to determine where the person who spoke was. Xiao Qin revealed a cautious expression. He slowly closed his eyes and sheathed the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Morong Chong had already practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. He had also comprehended the state of wind of the clear wind chop to consummation. The two complemented each other. In a contest of the clear wind chop, Xiao Chen was indeed inferior to him. If Xiao Chen wanted to find Morong Chong, it would be difficult. Before Morong Chong attacked, he would not be able to find an opening. Xiao Chen could only wait for the instant Morong Chong attacked. Only then would he have a chance of finding his position. At that time, he would use the strength of his physical body to make an opening appear. After that, he would use the rushing thunder saber technique to launch an unending chain of attacks and completely defeat him. As long as Morong Chong retreated, he would not be able to dodge the rushing thunder saber technique. A weak, cool breeze blew on Xiao Chen's face. The gentle energy caused his nervous expression to relax. It's coming. Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. They were as sharp as a saber. Xiao Qin shouted, and all the bones in his body crackled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains, 100 beasts wave. A force of 6,000 kilograms struck the cool breeze, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Even the invisible wind exploded from this punch. Morong Chong, who was hidden in the cool breeze, had a shocked expression on his face. He was mildly astonished. He decisively revealed himself and gave up on attacking. Then he removed his hand from the saber hilt. He sent out a palm strike. The palm wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and reverberate endlessly. Surging shock waves spread out in all directions like the tide. The two of them retreated 5 steps in the air at the same time. One stood at the bow and the other at the stern. Unexpectedly, the two of them were evenly matched in this punch and palm strike. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged. His internal organs were shaken. Hot blood rushed to his head, but Xiao Chen did not suppress it. He opened his mouth and vomited. Xiao Qin had not expected such a result. His physical body had already reached a horrifying level. His full-powered strike was 6,000 kilograms of force. With such a sudden attack, he could kill a superior grade martial saint. However, not only was Morong Chong fine, he even managed to fight to a draw. The silver warship continued to fly in the sky under the bright red full moon. A strong wind blew past the two of them. Their long black hair and clothes fluttered in the air, making loud sounds. Blood leaked out of the corner of Morong Chong's mouth. His complexion was somewhat pale. He had used essence to execute this palm strike. The quality of his physical body was much weaker than Xiao Chen's. The internal injuries he suffered were even more severe than Xiao Chen's. Murong Chong slowly wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He revealed a faint smile on his stern face. "You are able to force me to withdraw my saber. You already possess the qualifications to challenge me. However, if this is all you have, it is far from enough to chase me back." "Hey!" Just as Murong Chong was about to make another move, an azure leaf appeared in the air above the silver warship at some point in time. The leaf drifted in the wind. It looked weak and unremarkable, but strangely, it maintained an incredible speed in the wind. It was neither fast nor slow, giving off a soothing feeling. However, in an instant, it moved more than 100 meters. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Xiao Chen's silver warship. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the leaf. He felt somewhat suspicious. Who is this? To think that he released his life, martial spirit here. Based on the strangeness of this martial spirit, it might be an inherited martial spirit. The azure leaf slowly landed between the two of them. The azure leaf glowed with a white light. Yun Kursin, dressed in white and holding the roaming dragon's saber, appeared before the two of them with a calm expression. "The two of you, are you still in the mood for a showdown at this moment?" Yun Kursin's delicate face did not reveal any expression as she spoke indifferently. "It is actually Yun Kursin." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, Yun Kursin was a peak inferior grade martial spirit, yet she was terrifyingly strong. If it was an inherited martial spirit, then it could be explained. Furthermore, along the way, only someone from an inherited clan would not care about these inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "This is my worship. I do not welcome people looking for trouble." Murong Chong ignored him and placed his saber at the side. Then he sat at the stern and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chun was anxious about Lu Ryue's matter. He did not want to waste any more time with Murong Chong. He turned around and said, "Senior Sister Yin, why are you here as well?" Yun Kursin looked at the palace in the distance, which was glowing with a red light and filled with killing qi. She said, "I have the same goal as you." Xiao Qin found it funny. He said indifferently, "You don't even know what my goal is. How can you say it's the same as me?" Yun Kursin glanced at Murong Chong before looking at Xiao Qin. She said, "Actually, the three of us have the same goal." Xiao Qin shook his head slightly and no longer bothered with this question. He controlled the silver warship at full speed and flew at lightning speed towards the palace. Bang! 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 Inside the palace, the 7 divine saber camp bladesmen, whose combat prowess had increased after the blood demon body disintegration, were filled with killing qi. Boundless scarlet saber qi flew around the palace. Every strand of saber qi was more than 100 meters long. They were incomparably horrifying and contained horrifying energy. When the saber qi struck the blood demon general's body, it forced him to retreat. Wounds appeared all over his body. After the 7 of them underwent the blood demon body disintegration, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular medial grade martial king. Furthermore, with the cooperation of Lu Qin and the other 2, they caught the blood demon general off guard. After that, they suppressed the blood demon general, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Angry Azure River. The 7 of them shouted, and a scarlet light surged around their bodies. 7 strands of red saber qi merged into one in the air and turned into a vast scarlet river, surging towards the blood demon general. The blood demon general revealed a grave expression on his pale face. He pushed his palms in the air, and a spherical scarlet ball appeared, encasing him within it. Seeing the cool breeze, but not the saber, a cool breeze blew in the great hall. Lu Ryue's nimble body flew quickly in the cool breeze. There was a flash of saber light, and a crack immediately appeared in the scarlet ball the blood demon general condensed. Boom! The surging scarlet river entered the crack with a schwa sound. Miserable cries came from the scarlet ball of light. In the next instant, the scarlet ball of light exploded. The blood demon general's body turned into countless tiny blood droplets and disappeared into the air. "Is it over?" Lu Chen said with a bewildered expression as he watched the blood demon general disappear. The others did not let their guard down. It was not easy for them to get to this point. If they were careless, all their efforts would go to waste. None of them could afford to lose. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement in the majestic palace. The great hall was silent. Only the continuous breathing of the crowd could be heard.